Dirty South, Southeast, Midwest, my piece, up top, down deep, East Coast, Northeast, copper skin, gold teeth, good green, good eats, cornrows, roll neat, big mama, big chief, still here, ain't gone, told lies, lied on, done dirty, done wrong, Jim Crow shit, niggas ain't fold, our land, our home, leave where, ain't going, big bricks, up north, down south, red soil, real tears, real fears, cards stacked, cards hid, games played, snakes near, Coattail Pro, leaders got killed, shotguns, big house, red clay, big mounds, cornbread, being fed, red bones, dark brown. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change names, gone land stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real Indians, past to the present, looking like me. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gone land stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real landlords, past to the present, looking like me. Landlords, big and small, Seminoles, Chickasaws, Choctaws, Cherokees, all tribes in between. His story been wrong, our story getting told. No ships, no boats, been here, been home. TPs didn't own, out west didn't roam. Fried bread, hell no. Soul food, that's gold. Raw troops unfold our story, re-roll our land, our home. Leave where? Ain't going. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gone land stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real Indians, past to the present, looking like me. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gone land stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real landlords, past to the present, looking like me.
Yo, what up, y'all? Let's first of all, how y'all doing? Hope everybody out there is doing well. Um, y'all can see I'm not at my normal setup, and I keep moving my head around because it messes with the lighting. This is the best I can do, y'all. Welcome to episode 3 of Wake and Bake podcast. I'm your host, Eli Taylor. And hopefully soon I'll be joined by co-host Dewana from the We Call BS podcast. And yes, y'all, we're gonna talk about Mr. Carson this morning. Before I get into Mr. Carson, let me kind of just let y'all know what's going on. Hopefully, it's not too much background noise. There may have to be some. We're celebrating my daughter's 18th birthday. Now, her birthday was December 8th. So we're at an Airbnb, and I don't want to intrude, letting them, her and her friends have her fun. So hopefully the background is not too much and that y'all can also hear me well. Matter of fact, for that, I need to go to the comments in case y'all saying anything. And so, yes, we're gonna talk about Mr. Carson. And what I kind of have lined up is a series of timestamps on the full and unedited debate. And I really don't know how I want to chop this up. But let me see. My timestamp starts at very early in the game. Let's see. Yeah, six minutes and 24 seconds in. 6 minutes and 24 seconds in uh, is where my first timestamps. And this is quite a long video. It's about a 2-hour debate, something like that. So I don't know. We will see how we chop it up along the way. How many of y'all have heard what's going on? You got to. It's almost like it's crazy, right? Billy done, he started to kind of climb this ladder. He was on Sean Ryan's show. He was on Joe Rogan's show. He was on some other popular shows, podcast shows. Uh, he was, dang, what else? He was, hooking up with people in the ancient history field that was coming up. Oh, yeah, Terrence Howard. Yeah, hooked up with Terrence Howard. Honestly, I think I'm let me just tell you, I'm not a huge Billy fan. I'm not a Billy basher, but I'm not a Billy fan. Um, I checked into Billy a while back, and then I had my feelings about him. That something that just didn't seem right about how he was talking about his education and stuff. And then, so I just was kind of, at a distance. But then I took a chance. I remember I was getting into options trading, and learning how to do that. So I was like, okay. And I looked among people who were offering a options course, and I think he had one. It was like $100 or something like that. Anyway, I did the course, and I remember thinking it was nothing really. It wasn't worth it. I'll say it that way. Now, if you knew absolutely nothing about uh options, then maybe you got some value out of it, but still very little. Um, but if you were maybe familiar with Robinhood for maybe a month or so, I would think you would know, or maybe by then know something about it. But anyway, y'all. Y'all listen. The firecracker is on blast right now. I'm there. So I don't know about y'all, but yes. Yes, your boy is sky high right now. Uh that is Irish black tea that I'm drinking here, and you bait when you're making your tea, and while you're making your tea, you start making up a song about it. And that's y'all, kid you not. I was up there making my tea this morning, just freestyling out, bopping. And I made a little song about, my black tea, making my black tea. Anyway, I know I'm not gonna put y'all through that torture. So without further ado, I think we should start this thing about this debate. And that's the thing, y'all. I want to say that too. The Christians are inflating this because it was not a debate. It was not a debate. When we maybe I'll get into a little bit later of how we know that, but they keep calling it a debate and trying to make it something that it really wasn't. It wasn't a debate. I believe it was what Billy said to a degree. He had to just come over there and chill and have a conversation. Anyway, that's all after the fact. So let me find the video. Yeah, right here. Share this out. And let me rewind it, y'all. I said my first timestamp is at 6:24. So we'll go back about right there. Boop. And y'all should be seeing this. Y'all are seeing this. And now y'all let me know if something happens with the audio or the video you're not seeing or hearing or whatever. Let me go hit play.
To what I had here,
Hopefully
Billy,
y'all
you
can hear.
talk about how Jesus was never crucified, which is interesting because my wife, who's a Muslim, they believe that as well. Their beliefs, from what I understand from her, are they don't think that Jesus, as they believe is a prophet, God would have him killed. But I don't think they have any historical evidence, as far as I know, as to what or how or why they believe that. I'm curious for you guys both, and if you want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to how you came about like the findings where it seems that Jesus was not crucified, or that's not accurate.
Sure. And in my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James version of the Bible, and the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James version of the Bible, which came much later.
All right, let me give my first pause to this. Billy, that is a a rather outlandish one. You gotta really be able to back it up if you're gonna say that Jesus wasn't crucified. I mean, even if you can say, okay, he didn't resurrect and all that, but when you say that he wasn't crucified, that requires some level of evidence, man. You got to come with something with that, so everybody would want to hear why are you saying that, because even atheists usually can see, okay, a guy named Jesus was probably crucified. Romans were into crucifying a lot of people, especially any insurrectionists. Jesus would have been considered an insurrectionist, so therefore he probably did get crucified. So yeah, having said that, you got to come with it. But let me also say this big swoop about him saying Sinai Bible, that's just like a common name for not having to say, and twist your tongue to say a Codex Sinaiticus. Like, okay, a codex is just, those documents, okay, and it's from the Sinai Peninsula area, Sinaiticus. Okay, so he called it the Sinai Bible. Yes, it is called the Sinai Bible. But, when you have a guy like Wes Huff, who I think is also it's a little bit, it's me being judgmental. I think he's a little full of himself. I think Billy is too, though. That's what it calls Billy's downfall here to not only seem uncertain, but then to kind of skyrocket into oblivion. I know I'm bait, right? Because I don't usually use the word oblivion. But anyway, let's get back to the video.
And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which according to some scholars, that's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified. I just personally believe that Jesus was an amazing human being. I don't think that he was the Son of God in the sense that he's God, but that we're all gods. As he said, ye are gods.
So Billy mentions also, this is another thing that really hurt this, the talk, because it's a talk. I mean, look at how it's even set up. And let me say this to the Christians who got, who keep saying negative things about the host guy, and that you keep calling him a moderator. He's not a moderator, because this is not a debate. That's not what they sat down and agreed to. There's no real topic here. They just talking about, some claims that Billy has made, who, at this point in time is getting, at the very least, what's happening here is Billy is being made to look like he don't know what he's talking about. And he kind of doesn't, but there is also some truth in the things that he said, okay? Because there are scholars that side the other way, that don't side with Wes Huff. But like when he asks for clarification, let's go to 10. He's gonna ask for clarification, and boy, he just sounds real snotty to me. Let's go right here. Check this out. How Wes Huff
jaunt, but I really appreciate the fact that you seem to have investigated to a certain degree some of these facts. Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible called, I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes. Okay.
Okay. So he said, D is here. D, can check your audio? D. Oh, there go the text. Let me get some of these in the chat. Billy all have right to his opinion. Yeah. The one, hey, these. I was hoping you test your audio. Say something.
Yeah. I was muted.
Okay,
I was
I hear
muted.
you.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You
Good
good.
morning, everybody. Good morning. Rise and shine, wake and bake.
I hear like he said this one gun guy asked a question because I made a statement. Some scholars would side with Billy. Now, what I'm talking about is calling it the Sinai Bible, things like that. That is the common thing. It's a commoner's name. So we know you're referring to Codex Sinaiticus when you say Sinai Bible, but the way Wes Huff, masterfully handled this, and it made Billy look like he didn't know what he was talking about, is because even the way that he's asking him and then saying, okay, you mean basically in that kind of tone, the Codex Sinaiticus. Like that I guess maybe it's just to me because we be in these spaces talking about religion. We know it is commonly called the Sinai Bible when we in the space of common folk. If I'm talking amongst maybe my preaching friends or stuff like that, we say Codex Sinaiticus. You know what I'm saying? Billy said in his damage control video, which by the way he should have never put out, it screwed him up. He said this was just a conversation. This thing is not a debate. I'm tired of people keep calling it a debate. It was not a debate. It was a conversation. Billy came to the dude house. He was like, hey, let's have a talk with this guy Wes Huff. And if it was a debate, they would have a proposition. They would have a topic that they would be talking about. It would be clear cut. They keep jumping all over the place because it's not a debate. It was a talk. Now that part of what Billy said is true, but the Christians gonna call it a debate. Billy's been shown to be gay. I don't. I don't care nothing about Billy being shown to be gay. What I pay attention to is a person's information. What are you saying? Your personal life, your personal life. I've never heard it called that. Well, I don't know, Brian. You never heard it called. I have. D, you heard it called that, right?
Yeah, I've heard it both ways. Because most people can't remember to say Codex. Was it Codex Sinaiticus or Sinaitic? Is it vice? Because I've heard it both ways. So
Yeah.
I forget which way to say it. So I say Sinaiticus or the Mount Sinai Bible. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But people know what you're talking about. So
But no, you could pull
it's
it up.
not it's not
If you
it's not
ask,
a really. I don't think that's a really big issue, a big deal as Wes
yeah,
would like to make it. Because we've heard people say it both ways. So I don't think that's a huge deal. I think Wes is like just overcompensating for shit, to be honest with you. I really do. I don't think the debate was the conversation, like you said, it wasn't debate, and I don't think it was as bad as people tend to think that it was for Billy. Because for me, I think
Billy thought it was horrible, but he shouldn't. He took it
I don't
too
know if you
far.
played the the video with the wake and bake, you know, for the actual topic of what we were saying, like they both dropped the ball, both lost in my opinion. But
yeah, I couldn't figure out how to.
Oh, you just upload it. That was all. But it's all good. I can show you later.
Man, yeah, I sure can't learn nothing like that right now, huh?
No, it's easy. You have to go to basically you go to your iCloud and download it and put in your that's pretty much it. And you can and then choose it as a file. That's all. It's really simple. But I can show you another time.
All right, let me see. Sinai Bible, it puts on display Billy's ignorance. No, what I'm saying is it's a common term. Now it does what it does do when he starts off and he's like, oh, you mean, in that kind of tone, the Codex Sinaiticus, it does make Billy all at that point seem inferior, and he should, because this guy is a real historian. Wes Huff is a real historian. He's really, you know, up there doing this, but he's also a Christian apologist, and so I have a few critiques in here. I don't know if we'll get to them, where he would, if he was required to do the same thing, I doubt very seriously he could do it for the Christian religion. But anyway, let me see where we at. Let's go to let's just continue where we at with the Sinaiticus.
That's why I was trying to get some clarification, because so you can actually go and see Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library, so you can go and see it. It's on display, and the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office.
Can you pause for a sec?
Yeah.
Didn't in the beginning of this video of them two talking, did they both agree that there is not one iota of a original manuscript, that the Bible is a copy of a copy of a copy, and not even the Sinaiticus, however you want to say it?
I don't remember them, not in this video. I don't remember them establishing that as a foundation before they got into it. At least I didn't see that.
Okay, maybe there's another video I saw of Billy.
Like I said, they did. It wasn't like a real debate.
Right.
I believe the dude Billy sitting next to, for those that's joining us, also in case you don't know, that dude Billy is sitting next to, it is actually like his neighbor. So he just kind of like walked over there, and the dude has a setup in his house. They live in the, you know, one of them places, like if you're in Jacksonville, it'd be like a Queens Harbor type of neighborhood, you know, where properties are like $1 million and up, stuff like that.
Oh, that's fancy, huh?
Yeah, no, for real talk. That's how
Yeah, Queens Harbor is fancy. Yeah.
yeah, for real. And so this is where Billy and this guy sitting next to him live. Right. So the guy just invited him over. Hey, and I want you
Billy's
to
a millionaire. Like, this nigga's a millionaire. He got money.
You to talk with this. Yeah, I want you to talk with this Christian, you know, apologist historian. We got his, you know, bio and everything. And Billy actually, in my opinion, because I've seen him in some other videos, he actually come off kind of humble, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he knows he ain't on this guy level for real when it comes to, you know, being able to regurgitate that information too. And, you know, because this is what Huff does. He's an apologist. This is what they do. But when required to do the same on some other things, I believe it breaks down. I'm trying to see what's in my notes. I'll just play this and I'll look through my notes, y'all. And I'm trying to get some of the comments. D, are you able to put some of the comments up, or is that just on my end?
Let me see. I can try, yeah.
The only reason I asked for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually what you mean,
gotcha.
And not addressing something else.
Let me pause because it right quick and just say,
Codex Sinaiticus
Also, yeah, y'all right. Yeah, it's definitely Billy got his facts all twisted up because it's definitely talked about in the Sinai Bible, the Codex Sinaiticus, that Jesus was crucified. That is in there. That is in there. That's why I say that now there's some other things to be that he didn't bring up, and that does shows Billy's ignorance. There's some other things that aren't in there and that cause issues with the interpretation today that Billy just he didn't bring up when bringing up that Bible. So, you know, point number one for Wes Huff. All right.
Sinaiticus in particular is just a Greek, it's a 4th century Greek manuscript.
Mhm.
It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from. My curiosity.
Wait, now see right there. Now, I'm no scholar. I am not on Wes Huff level. And that's why I would come in humble because I don't know how this guy is gonna, twist it or play it. When you start acting like, you know, it's you have to say so that Codex Sinaiticus. But this cat, Billy did not call him on that when he said they are nearly identical. First of all, nearly ain't perfect, which we would expect of something authored or guided by a perfect, all-powerful being. We would expect nothing less than perfect. Why wouldn't you? We're talking about the work of God here. So Billy didn't call him on that because there are differences in that Sinai Bible than what we have today. I don't know what the chat's saying, but I hope y'all do know that, right? Billy just not calling on it. So yes, you're right. It shows his ignorance. I just let me see. I'm trying to see some of the
chat is
comments because
going
I
a little
want to.
ham over here. You got a lot.
I know.
It seems like it's a
I'm
lot
not,
of apologists or believers or whatever in there. And
okay, like
they really hot about the name of that damn how you pronounce it. I mean, like,
this might
damn,
be a good
it's
time to drop
pronounced
the
whatever
link.
it's
Let
pronounced.
me
Y'all know
see.
exactly what folks talking about.
What you think, D? Should I drop the link and maybe they can?
No,
Maybe
just
they
finish
will.
up with no. I think finish up with your at least maybe 30 minutes. Give and then bring people on if you like. Because I gotta run in a little bit, so I gotta be work at 9:45. But it's some things I was hoping to touch on before I hop off.
Okay, one thing.
But
go ahead, D.
No. I will wait till you finish your presentation first.
Well, no, I was just gonna say then, while I got you here and y'all go check
I got
out
some
the
time. I got a few more minutes. Go
We
right
Call
ahead.
BS podcast. Y'all go check that podcast out and make sure y'all are subscribing while y'all on. Please like and subscribe. Please do
And
that.
please
It
like
just
the
takes you like a
video.
second, right?
Like this video. Please like the video. That helps get this channel into the YouTube algorithm, to the YouTube streets. So please like the video.
Right.
If you're in here, like the video.
We really trying to build a real cast on the wake and bake tip. It's the schedule I can run. I'm really doing this, and hopefully y'all really enjoying it too. So should I skip ahead or
Yeah. What are the higher topics? Like the Numa Elise, I'm not sure because that's.
Let me see. Misquoted. Blah, 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 blah. Well, he killed him on that Barnabas thing. He shows that jump was trash. Starts to talk about rambling about papyrus copies. Oh, Enuma Elish at 23 minutes. Let's skip to the Enuma Elish at 23. 23 minutes is a word. We'll start right there, y'all.
A lot of the in Genesis, a lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis, not all of it, but because obviously it's a smaller Genesis is a much smaller version of a much bigger story, but it's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish and the 7 steps of creation, the Epic of Atrahasis as well. is also there in the Old Testament. Several other tablets as well, Code of Hammurabi and a few others have made it into that text. Sumerian cylinder scrolls that talk about the creation story. Again, the creation story in the Epic of Atrahasis. And so we tend to see this copying of ancient tablets, text, and scriptures, even some papyruses, into the biblical text. Meaning that my point here is that I think a lot of people are saying that this information was written in real time. A lot of people believe that. If you ask the average person, they really believe that. But a lot of this information is just copied from older tablets and texts from an earlier date. That's what I have found. That it's made it into the canonized Bible, but they never reference that they got it from any other ancient texts and tablets that have to do with a totally different civilization with totally different religious beliefs.
Have you read the Enuma Elish?
Yeah, I've done lectures.
Do you mind? Sure. Do you mind summarizing the content of the creation account in the Enuma Elish for us?
Sure.
Hey, y'all, hold up. Like, for me, this is when you gotta be like smart, right? If you peeping this dude, I guess he can see a picture of him reflected back on the screen he looking at on the laptop there. But if you peeping what's happening and you peeping his background, who he is, and he asks you a question like that he should probably know, being a historian, right? And this is when you got to be smart and you got to say, well, you being a historian will probably be able to give a better summary than me. So what exactly do we want to discover from the Enuma Elish? We're talking about, now granted, he's not going to be able to do this, but he got to be smart. I can tell he's not really peeping. The beat down is coming. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. He's not seeing it yet. He's not seeing it yet. But anyway, I'm sorry, y'all. You're not peeping.
Sure. The Enuma Elish is a very ancient text discovered in the Library of Ashurbanipal, and the summary of it is that it really gives us an account, which is crazy.
Really,
an
we need to
astronomical
speed
account
past this.
of the creation of our solar system. It talks about planets and moons gaining specific orbits around the sun. It talks about a huge planet named Tiamat, 46 times larger than Earth. Earth didn't exist at the time that this.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward, y'all, because he gonna give a summary. Wes gonna basically say that's not the best summary, I would say. And then when asked, Wes gonna ask him directly, since Billy is making the claim that some of the Bible, especially in Genesis, is word for word out of stories like the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis. So he's making the claim that there'll be some word for words, and then he gives at minute 31 and 20 seconds. Okay, right here. He gives one line, and that's pretty much all he can give. And maybe that's all there is. And it probably is all there is. All right, here, let's
apologetic against documents like the Enuma Elish. So what are the parallels there?
Separated the waters from the waters, for example. That's in the Enuma Elish, and that's also in the biblical text.
Okay, that I would agree is a parallel. The only reason I highlight that is that if you're making this the argument, because if you brought it up, and I mean this with all due respect,
I'm sorry, y'all. That's how you know. That's how you know a motherfucker is getting ready to disrespect you when he say when he do a little look and say, let's know he finna get ready to uppercut this nigga. I'm just
there are many other similarities. I'm not sure why Billy didn't go into it. I guess because maybe it was just really supposed to be in Billy's mind, it was just a casual conversation and they were just talking. So he only gave maybe 1 or 2 points on it. But there are other similarities in that side by side story. There's actually really good video I have saved in my phone that does a really phenomenal breakdown on the side by side. Now I don't know if it's going to say word for word, but there are definitely parallels to it, to where you definitely can draw that conclusion that, okay, well, they both agree that the New Militia is older than the King James Bible. So the side by side story of the 7-day creations, it does give tease like it is the same shit. Like it was copied, or not copied, but definitely taken some ideas taken from the Enuma Elish, as well to the 7-day creation story, the Bible. You can also find it in the Epic of Gilgamesh with Noah, and I forget how to pronounce the dude's name. Start with the Neptushim or something like that. But so we yeah, them folks' names. So there are similarities to where you can draw and say, hey, this does look like this came from this, or because again, scholars will say that they don't have the original Bibles, and it's a copy of a copy of a copy. So where they're saying that the Bible is God's authenticated word is beyond me, because there isn't an original documentation to show that. Now you can argue with
right. He's gonna get into that because he's gonna ask Billy that question in a way, and what if Billy was on his game or understood what he needed to do, or even been able to do what he needed to do, he would have understood how to flip that and bring it back to him on his methodology for proving whether or not those texts came from an all-knowing, all-perfect being. Like basically validating the text came from God. You know, how do you know this came? And nobody can do that.
And that's my whole thing with this whole. That's my point with this whole thing. When I said they both lost, because at the end of the day gonna end with this thought notion that I see in real time, is that half these people you can't prove anything. You can't prove none of this. You can't prove like their God, the biblical God, is doing anything for anybody at this point in time. Yeah, he might have did shit in the Bible, but that's something that we're reading from, that was given to us. We can't say for sure that any of these things happen, and they can't prove that their God is the ultimate God, because a Buddhist can say that this God is that their God. They have a creation story. Like all these cultures have creation stories. So how do we now say that the Bible is the be all to end all? How do we say that? How do we say that the biblical God is the nigga that we supposed to be worshiping? Neither one of them proved that. So in my opinion, they both lost, because they arguing about shit and going back and forth about shit that also other scholars say, well, Tischendorf lied about it. I can't think of the guy that disproved Tischendorf, to start with an S. I can't think of his name. He came out and said in the 1800s that he wrote the Codex Sinaiticus. So who do we fucking believe? Well, who do y'all believe? Because I don't believe that.
It
was one of the videos that you sent me. Yeah, I did.
Okay. Oh man, that would oh God, D, that's a rabbit hole right there. God dang. Yeah,
Steven Spence, just because it's written that Jesus rose from the dead, that don't prove that he's a real God. That just proves that it was written by these Greeks, by these Jews, by the Romans. That's what it proves.
Let me see. I'm putting it up on the screen so people can see, because Jesus.
What I'm talking about is the fact that Philip Boyd is the fact that neither one of them proved that this God that they say is a biblical God that he's doing anything for anybody. That's what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Spence, let me say something to Mr. Spence. So, hey, this is my Wake and Bake podcast that we doing in conjunction with we call BS. So let me say something to Mr. Spence. If you want to have maybe a Saturday morning, come on. Now we can have a debate, or we can have a discussion about this Jesus rising from the dead. You know, I'm willing to do that, Mr. Spence. If you want to, you can.
And how dead people eat a damn fish sandwich? Then when he came out the tomb and he went in the damn garden, his own mama didn't even fucking recognize his ass. How you don't recognize your child and then you come and eat a dang on fish sandwich? What dead people you know eat fish sandwiches? Come on, we got to think like logically and critically. Has that ever happened in the historicity of mankind? It has not. It only happened in the confines of the Bible that you have to believe if you want to believe it.
Right. Jarvis on here.
Exactly, Jarvis. He did not die because if you look at the scriptures and the medicine that was applied to him is called their antibiotics. You don't put antibiotics on dead people wounds. You only put it on somebody who's trying to heal.
Mm-hmm. Hey, this right here. Let's fast forward a little bit. Let's get some more of this so the people can get a little bit further through. Billy asks, why is God a man in Christianity? So let me back that up, get us up to that point. Check this out, y'all.
I just see if I have all these texts out, there's a lot of different information that you can see. There's a lot of it's been copied word for word into the biblical text.
But what's the word for word?
In your version of what you believe in, you keep saying that God's a he.
Yep.
And so where do you get that from?
Well, throughout both the Hebrew Old Testament and the Greek New Testament, you have the masculine singular pronoun used for God.
And why is God a man? Where's the evidence of this?
Well, God isn't a man. See, within historical Christianity, we don't believe that God has a gender. However, the way that he has decided to reveal himself is through the masculine plural, and then ultimately by becoming a human in the person of Jesus Christ. So we don't believe that God has a gender. In fact, the fact that God creates humanity in his image and he creates them male and female, those are two aspects of the image of God. And so that's the completeness. So historical Christianity has never argued that God is gendered. Jesus is gendered in the sense that during the incarnation, he becomes a human man, but he's still fully man and fully God. But God is spirit. And right, as the scripture says, we worship him in spirit and in truth. But nobody's arguing that. What's that? Sorry?
That always blows my mind.
God is the same all the time, right? He's always good.
Oh, hold on a second, y'all. I want to say this is what I mean. Like the way though, you have to realize how this man is articulating, and he's doing it with a pace to, you know, when we see something like this face to face on a video like this, and at the pace at which this man is coming at Billy and what Billy is saying, it's like how can I not? Okay, y'all remember when Martin Lawrence episode when Martin fought Hitman Hearns? Okay.
Yeah.
hey, that's what you seeing, because he coming out there like you know, oh, I got this, but he ain't realized what he getting himself into just by the way this man will articulate. Okay, you appear inferior just by the way this man articulates. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I don't mean like even the information yet. I mean just by how easily.
So let me ask you something, bro. You don't think Billy can articulate as just as well if he really truly wanted to? Right? I'm just asking.
That's the thing. I just don't think. I think he was caught off guard.
I'm gonna tell you what I really think. I really think this is a bunch of bullshit, to be completely honest with you. Because some of these content creators, they'll you know, apparently Wes is, he's well known within the apologist circles or whatever have you. And sometimes these bigger channels, they'll get these smaller channels and people and help build them up, because people have now flocked to Wes, and he has a lot of new subscribers because of this. I mean, a lot. So for Billy not to execute at the level that we know Billy can execute at, it just gives me a whole different vibe of something that wasn't even right in this whole thing. Even though Billy claimed that he just got the hospital, well, if you were sick, you should have stayed your ass home. Shouldn't even came out. That's the first thing I thought. Well, you should have stayed home. If you wasn't up to par to come out there and have this conversation, and knowing that it was going to be taped, knowing there was going to be views all over the content world, you should have stayed home, because it does make him look like he don't know what the hell he's talking about, and we know that ain't Billy's style. He's a very articulate, intelligent person. We can't deny that. But he's to me, it just gives me a whole different vibe, like a whole setup type shit. That's just me. That's just me. Everybody, people who know me know I'm a conspiracy theorist. I wear a tinfoil hat, so that's just me.
No, it's all good.
I ain't right or wrong, but I'm just saying.
And listen, what we finding out, y'all, that a lot of what we think is conspiracy ain't conspiracy. And this may be a little side topic, but have y'all seen the recent what would she call it, a public announcement from Candace Owens? Man.
No, I didn't see it. I meant to watch that the other yesterday, but there was a picture that I think I sent you. I'm not sure if I put it in the notes or not, but there's a picture that's on the internet with Billy Carson and Wes Huff. And what's interesting about this picture, in the background, they chose to have numbers, these particular numbers, 33 and for Billy Carson, and the numbers 257 for Wes. And what's important is about the 33 is it's masonry. So I do fully believe Billy is part of that club. And the reason why I'm saying with Huff, the 257, that's the 55th prime number. We're talking about double master numbers. And for them to take those two pictures in particular and place them on the internet shows me something completely different than what we're used to seeing and understanding. Because if we understand the Bible, then we also know that the Bible is rooted in gematria. And if you're an apologetic, you should know about gematria or gematria, however you want to pronounce it.
Okay, I guess, well, let me see if I want to play some more, because I was trying to see if I want to go to another point here. How it says the comfort. Let me see. Do we want to go? I want to go to, before you have to go, let's go to the way he talks about the Dogon tribe, and because I do.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, I do think Billy made,
he made an excellent point right there, which Wes completely skipped over. He made an excellent point right there.
Yeah.
The Dogon tribe, for example, in Mali, Africa, they experienced a culture that they claim came to this planet from Sirius B. They have the evidence.
Maybe I should back up and see what he was asking.
I'm glad you said that. So
let's back up just a little bit, y'all. I'll give y'all more
talk about, and I respect that. I just think that the confidence might not actually be backed up by the reality of the evidence. So when we're looking at something like the Sinai Bible, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Barnabas, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Jesus' wife, these are things that actually have provenance that we can verify. And ultimately, I think the answers to the questions of the legitimacy or the illegitimacy of those things point to not just a different conclusion, but actually the opposite conclusion, and that Christianity is true.
Well, now I'm glad you said that. So those three topics are a very small piece of my concept and idea of what really happened in the ancient past. So that's a very small fraction. That's less than 0.1%. You talk about eyewitness accounts to convince you that Christianity is real. there's been eyewitness accounts of every culture that I've visited around this entire planet, and their eyewitness accounts of what they experienced is 100,000% opposite of what's in the Bible. People have
based on what do you mean? Can you give me an example?
The Dogon tribe, for example, in Mali, Africa, they experienced a culture that they claim came to this planet from Sirius B. They have the evidence that they knew these beings were from Sirius B because they have the instruments that show the orbit of a trinary star system that we couldn't discover until the 1970s with our modern technology. Okay, they understood not only the orbital pattern of Sirius A, B, and C, but even that B was a failed star, which you can't see it from Earth with the naked eye. They knew that it was a white dwarf. They even knew that they said that if you took a tablespoon of it, the entire tribe or 1,000 men couldn't lift the tablespoon. They understood mass and gravity as well. They were told the shape, the sizes, and the colors of all the planets in our solar system, which they recorded. And there's only one wisdom keeper, and that person can never be touched by a person. If they get touched by another person, they'd actually be killed. And then they eventually have a mentee that they break down that verbal handed down knowledge to. And that next person then takes over and becomes the wisdom keeper. And they've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years. And science, modern science, has found all their information to be 1,000% accurate. Then you have the Hopi tribe of the Americas, indigenous tribes, Hopi tribe, Lakota tribe, also having engagements with these quote unquote star brothers, even having an account of them being taken underground, which you don't see just only in America. I just came back from Turkey. You have the people from Turkey in Mesopotamia also being taken underground into a place called Derinkuyu by these beings, by these people, a structure that's built 12 stories deep underground, that's made out of volcanic tuff, a very soft stone. And if you don't know what you're doing, it'll actually collapse. There's no evidence of any collapse. And it was thousands of years old. It was reused many times. So the mainstream story about what it was used for to hide from Romans is actually false. This place is ancient. And in order to build it, you actually have to have foreknowledge of how to construct this type of an underground civilization that can hold 20 to 30,000 people, places for livestock, places for worship, with no sign of collapse. And you have to have hundreds.
Y'all think Wes looks lost? Like, I think Wes know exactly how he's gonna hit him. But anyway, that's my opinion. I don't think he looks lost at all. I think he knows just how he's going to spin this.
Of ventilation shafts, and I've been down there. Those ventilation shafts cut through solid rock all the way down to the core. And there's even more. It links to other underground cities that are miles and miles away. As you get to the very base of this area, you can cut through and go to another location. But again, these people were taken under. Also, then you have the ancient Egyptians. Similar story. Major catastrophe comes. These people come and take them underground. Then you have the information in the Egyptian book of Going Forth by Day. More accounts by people, our ancestors, that have accounts that do not match up with the biblical text. And so all of a sudden we're saying that all these cultures, the Aboriginal people, I can go into them as well. I've gone to walkabouts in Outback, in the Outback, and the Aboriginal elders, same thing. They were seated here by Pleiadians. This is their verbal handed down history for thousands of years. And I can go around the world and I can come up with all this information from all these eyewitness accounts from people that should be respected, dignified, and shouldn't be scoffed. And that we're now saying that all this information that they put forward, all their verbal handed down history, all their written history, that's got to go to the side because this one text is 1,000% accurate.
Sure, but so my question is, most of that is oral history, correct?
Oh, it's all oral history, even the Bible.
Hey, let me say this. Y'all go ahead and share out the video, like, share, and subscribe right quick because after a while we may drop the link and maybe some of y'all want to come on and we can have a talk about some of this. So make sure y'all go ahead and do that right quick. Back to the video.
Okay, so when we're engaging with oral history, what methodologies are you using to confirm that the orality is accurate?
Well, first and foremost, some of these.
I'm sorry, y'all, but hold on, am I muted? Let me see. No, I'm not muted. Hey, this was the funniest part to me. I don't know about y'all. Let me see. Let me bring that back. Let me bring when he asked him this question, and it was kind of confusing to me too when I listened to the question. But this is so hilarious to me. Billy's response, his initial body language. Let's bring it back.
People that should be respected, dignified, and shouldn't be scoffed, and that we're now saying that all this information that they put forward, all their verbal handwritten history, all their written history, that's got to go to the side because this one text is 1,000% accurate.
Sure, but so my question is, most of that is oral history, correct?
Oh, it's all oral history, even the Bible.
Okay, so when we're engaging with oral history, what methodologies are you using to confirm that the orality is accurate?
Well, first and foremost, some of these texts some of these cultures have written down information in caves. You've got cave paintings. The Dogon tribe actually have not only written down.
Sure. No, I don't disagree with that. The question is one of historic. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. The question is one of methodological analysis. So you have to have a method by which you can find either that something is falsifiable or that there are avenues by which you can show internal and external accuracy of credibility. So this is what we do with documents. This is what we do with the ancient gospels. This is what I do. I've worked on Xenophon and Plutarch, and we look.
Y'all hearing this? Like that by then. Go ahead, D.
Oh, I was saying, I just wanted to say, what Wes is trying to do is trying to move. I think he's trying to move the goalpost away from what Billy is trying to say about the Dogon tribe. He's trying to take the credibility from the Dogon tribe and what their experience is, and how what their oral history is or was. So if we're talking about primary sources, why would they not be a primary source? If we're going to take the words of what the Bible says about people that we don't know, and that a lot of these texts was written way after the fact that Jesus was even alive, why do we have to take that as factual information and first-hand information? Yeah. So versus the Dogon, what they're saying.
Yeah, like Billy made the claim that I think I'm echoing. Mute yours for a quick. I think I'm when I make the claim. When Billy made the claim about the Dogon elder that can't be touched by any other human being. If they do, they would die. And this is somehow the person that learns the knowledge because before they die, they pass it to a protege or something like that. That's to live the same life, and they continue to pass this down. Is what Billy is saying. Now that's a huge claim. I guess that's the case. I don't know much about the Dogon tribe, but granted, if this is what I'm saying, y'all. Listen at what Huff is doing. Not only does he sound very intelligent, and he is, but he's asking for something that he himself should also be able to provide. And when that's where Billy could have also came back and said, well, I would also, if you're not going to accept what I just told you about the Dogon tribe, you have to also provide me the method of your proving that you can trace your book back to an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving source. You gotta now show me that. How did you how did you conclude that? What is your methodology? You know, if we got to use $10 words or whatever for doing it. That's where I
That was my
think
point.
Billy is
Exactly.
impaired. He didn't come at him like that though. He should have, but he didn't.
Right.
Yeah, so
But it
I
doesn't
guess that.
invalidate what the point that Billy
Yeah, it doesn't
was making
invalidate
at the
what Billy.
same
Yeah, it
time.
makes a good
So
point.
you know what I'm saying. So he makes an excellent point, which I think Wes glossed over intentionally because he didn't have
Yeah,
anything to
yeah.
refute that. Like I,
But see, that's a tactic though. That's what I'm saying.
right.
Wes is not a amateur here, and that's what Billy got to understand. You just stepped into a ring with a pro UFC type when it comes to this apologist thing. You know what I'm saying? And he's really into the apologetics. So you better know they know how to even not even answer the question, but they'll throw that thing back on you, the burden of proof and all that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, we know about the orality of the Bible, and I think somebody in here was talking about. Let me see, there was a comment, but I put it. The Bible isn't just oral; it's written. Even the Romans wrote about Christianity and how they killed the disciples. Yes, there is some history to some of the things that you will read about in the Bible. But when you talk about the things that make the Bible, that make you value the Bible for what it is, it's the life and teachings, usually for most Christians, of Jesus Christ. And that has to do with the amazing things, the impossible things that led to even his existence from a virgin, um, to the miraculous things that were supposedly happen that led up to showing wise men where he was. It's a whole bunch of crap that if taken out because they are outrageous claims that have never been proven, i.e., miracles. What is it? It's nothing. Nobody would care about that story.
And if anybody in their right mind, with a prudent mind, believe that a Holy Spirit had sex with a physical being and produced another physical being, got to be studied. Got to be studied because where has that happened other than inside of the Bible? Like these claims is like fucking outrageous, but people believe it. So hey, whatever. I get you believe it.
What about Alan Watts? I don't know what about him. I like Alan Watts. I love listening to Alan Watts. And I think he makes a lot of good sense, especially when he talks about religion and it being just this innate thing among some cultures. And then he talks about the similarities of the different ones that he's visit. But yeah. I agree. This lady is wild. Said. This lady is wild. Who said God had sex with Mary? Show me that in the
And
Bible.
I mean, okay, Phyllis, tell me how. Then can you explain to us in the chat how Jesus got here?
No,
Who did Mary have sex with to get Jesus? Because she had to be pregnant to deliver this man. So how did she get pregnant?
Grace, what's up, Grace?
Maybe I missed that part in Bible study or Sunday school because as far as what I read in the Bible, Jesus was conceived through a holy conception. There was no physical dingaling. There was no physical penis. There was no physical dick or sperm. As we know in the history of mankind, how each one of us got here, it didn't happen like this for Jesus or Joshua,
Man, look, like,
Emmanuel, because y'all don't call a nigga
you
by his name anyway.
know, there's no way you pay attention to the story without the claims that still to this day have not been substantiated, to have been the case. even in the ancient historians that are extra biblical, I'll give you that, because there was something going on. They talk about the miracles as believed. They'll say like who the Christians believe to be this or that or the other. Not saying that Tatius or any of the other historians, Suetonius, and all of them, actually believe those things. So yeah, I think people got to be careful about the appearance here. This is masterfully done by Wes Huff, but Billy makes the point here. I think that will be glossed over, and that's the thing. You see this a lot with apologists and just Christian folk in general that's trying to be Christian warriors for their religion. These individuals will just, act like, well, what everybody else had to say is small cooked potatoes, whatever. And that's what's going to happen.
Look at the internal evidences and the external multivalent corroboration to try to figure out, okay, yes, we have all these stories. Great. I don't deny that. But as a historian, as someone who's trying to figure out what is accurate, how do you if I use the term verisimilitude, do you know what that?
Ooh, hold on, y'all. Hold on. So before we get to this part, oh dang, this part was crazy. Before we get to this part, dang, I can't even do it. I'm too big. Let's just rewind that for a second. Play.
Well, first and foremost.
Oh, shoot. Right there.
All their verbal handwritten history, all their written history, caves. You've got cave paintings. The Dogon tribe actually have not only written down.
Sure. No, I don't disagree with that. The question is one of historic. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. The question is one of methodological analysis. So you have to have a method by which you can find either that something is falsifiable or that there are avenues by which you can show internal and external accuracy of credibility. So this is
that's what I want to say. Like Billy got to be able to be quick enough to say, oh, okay, well, guess what? You being a historian should be able to tell me the same when it comes to the Bible. Like how, did you methodologically draw that back to an all-knowing, all-loving, all perfect being, but we'll see.
What we do with documents. This is what we do with the ancient gospels. This is what I do. I've worked on Xenophon and Plutarch, and we look at the internal evidences and the external.
I'm gonna keep it real, right? The average person in this space and paying attention to Billy or either Wes Huff or just kind of just out there. Oh, he knows Enoch. Oh, he knows Plutarch. What? I don't know who that is. He is smart.
Multivalent corroboration to try to figure out, okay, yes, we have all these stories. Great. I don't deny that. But as a historian, as someone who's trying to figure out what is accurate, how do you if I use the term verisimilitude, do you know what that term means?
No, but I can tell you this. Tell me how the Dogon tribe saw Sirius B, knew the orbit of Sirius B, a trinary star system.
Did y'all chat? Hold on, let me go see, because I don't have but one screen, y'all. You too hilarious. Can you just say something? Well, Bobby Sweet, what two? Who's two? What two? You talking about me and D? Or who are you talking about? Maybe I missed it in the chat. Wes still doesn't mention first-hand accounts. Don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel like he feels at that level he has to, because he's slaughtering Billy on such a basic level that he never even gets to his sources, and he's not to a degree challenged on them, and you could tell Billy kind of take it, I guess, some kind of way. Maybe Billy don't know what verisimilitude mean, but the way it come off, he was like, nah. He just asked him straight up, do you know what this term means? Billy was like, nah, but I can tell you this, I mean, it's like, dang, what's gonna happen here? Abraham, Sarah. Ooh, exactly. It's good to learn to ask a question with it. I'm trying to click on some of y'all's comments. Oh, it's hard for me to pay attention to the chat, y'all. There's so much going on right now. No one believes that the Holy Spirit. Let's put this on, I guess. It's talking about what D's saying. No one believes that the Holy Spirit has sex. That's stupid. God being all powerful just made it happen. It's not hard to comprehend. All right. Okay. You know what? Jehovah for Christ. Well, so the thing is about that, when you say comprehend, um, what are you using to comprehend that this actually happened with evidence? Would you be using to 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 comprehend or to come to the conclusion? What warrants you coming to the conclusion that those miracles or what have you actually happen? That would be I think a good thing, way to spark a discussion. But let
So
me
so how did he
see.
get? So how did he get there? How you pronounce the name? Jehovah for Christ.
Jehovah for Christ.
Oh, so how did we get Jesus here then?
Well,
Since I may not understand, then have Jehovah for Christ put it in the chat because
this is
maybe
one.
I'm
This
just.
is what he's trying. All right, let me see if I could try to, since he ain't on live. He probably gonna say, if there is this God, this all-knowing and powerful being that manipulates reality, he's saying that he can just allow it to be so that this lady can
Oh, so he
produce.
want to do a God gap. Okay, I got you. So he don't
Yeah,
have anything. He don't
so
have any real. He don't have nothing. Okay, got you.
that's since how else would he explain? I guess that it is the case. I mean, Jehovah for Christ. If you want to say more, you know, what's the background? Okay. Yeah. So let's get some more of the video, y'all. Let's get some more. We at hour in.
And can show you the orbit with a special tool that they made that was given to them by these people. How do they know the shapes, the sizes, the colors, and the orbital pattern of all these planets in our solar system and other star alignments that they would use to have something called the Ziggy and planet and their own harvesting and planting and so forth and so on? That's not enough evidence that there's something.
Well, I'm not aware of that particular case. And even, I mean, I would grant that, the ancient people are far more technological advanced than we give themselves credit for. Just because they're ancient doesn't mean they're stupid. I am well aware, as someone who has done both investigation of the past and done archaeological analysis, that is a reality. My question is simply, okay, you have these stories or you have these accounts, you're referring to them as eyewitness testimony. How are you going about verifying that as that?
Well, if the people had eyewitness testimony about,
see that's it right there. The same question can be posed to Huff, and I hope Billy is going to point him back to these people in the primary source. And don't forget, Billy already has talked about the elder that passed down the information, and we going off these people, the people themselves that are still there would be the primary source, because supposedly by the same standards that Christians give their things efficacy or veracity or whatever, by the same standards you got to give these people, the Dogon, the same, because they are their own primary sources because of how they have preserved their information. And it doesn't seem that Huff is willing to concede that point while admitting he don't know anything of them. Now, I would have been asking him, because these people do stretch back in history. Have you not run across them? Because he is a historian, and in my opinion, Billy should be coming like that at this point, because it's clear that this guy is basically just is like a bully, beating somebody up. You know what I'm saying? That's funny.
Jesus, they then just wrote down their eyewitness testimony on a piece of paper or parchment.
Okay, you have these stories, or you have these accounts, you're referring to them as eyewitness testimony. How are you going about verifying that as that?
Well, if the people had eyewitness testimony about Jesus, they then just wrote down their eyewitness testimony on a piece of paper or parchment paper or papyrus. So these people,
right? So that's where internal methodological analysis.
Some of it's actually written down. So I mean, it's the same exact thing. There's really no difference.
Well, no. So
I mean, how
you
did
do
they
internal
get
investigations to
the
figure out when
biblical
something
account?
was dated.
The same way.
So
It's all
something
right?
like there's so when I use
what you say, D, and I'm watching the chat right quick. I hope I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing.
I said it's the same difference with the biblical account. It's oral history. It's same difference. So I would ask him, where did he get that from?
Right, but he's not even really caring. He's not really even caring about it. You know what I'm saying? He's not even caring about it. But I'm gonna hit play and I'm gonna mute yours right quick.
Okay, got you.
Use that term verisimilitude before. That's something we as historians are looking for. It's a term that simply means the appearance or likelihood of truthfulness. So when you do historical analysis, it's an inference to the best explanation. So you have proof and you have data, and you're extrapolating that data on levels of.
Let me point out something when you listen. He said it's an influence or inference to the best explanation. If that's what it is, an inference to the best explanation, and you go back to the ancient people in ancient Dogon, if they are an inference to the best explanation, not only looking at their knowledge, which that's where Huff was skilled in. He got you to thinking that what all Billy was saying was that because they are ancient and they have some knowledge, that then therefore should we be acknowledging these people and what they says was right? He and Huff just simply kind of brushes that to the side while at the same time elevating the tribe by saying we should give the ancient cultures more credit because they were way smarter than we thought that they were. Never mind, I think by this time Billy had brought this point up. I could be wrong. Maybe it's after. I don't know. Maybe I'm in trouble for saying that. But think by this point, if the Dogon are their primary source, and I believe that they are, they didn't just say, according to Billy, I'll say this. This is according to Billy. They didn't just claim to know these things, but they got the knowledge from some individuals that came from the sky. Now you could call that angels or you could call that something else, but if they are their own source, like Huff is claiming, that in some form, they could be when you put it on the same standard for the Bible. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. Hit play.
Probability. So some things can be confirmed as high probabilistically true, and other things are lower in their probability that they happened. But there are different methodologies, different ways that you explore historically how that happens.
Well,
so for the Gospels, we look at
with the Dogon tribe. Scientists went there to visit the tribe, and they still have no answers because they used their modern science. They took the best scholars to visit these people, and they're still scratching their heads. Something happened there.
Sure. And I'm not even denying that necessarily, but the question is, okay, we need different levels of evidence and exploration, not just scientifically, but historically to derive something as.
What'd you say, D?
I said, you see how he slick talk? He said, not necessarily. That's just saying he negated everything Billy just said. Not necessarily. I really don't believe shit he just said. That's what he just said.
Yeah, I mean, he been cutting them. He been cutting them. I'm gonna just
and to the fact, before you go back to play, when you was talking about the with the Dogon tribe, when he said they got this information from the people that came from the sky, that goes back to the Numa Elish, because that's what the name means, those who came from the sky. I'm paraphrasing, but that's how they're that's the description that's given.
Yeah, bet. And I'm gonna take this moment also to tell y'all again, please make sure y'all hit that one little button, that little like button, and please go ahead and subscribe. It costs you nothing, but it might cost me everything. So please, y'all go ahead, like, share, and subscribe. Check out the We Out Call BS podcast, and of course on mine on YouTube channel, The Voice of Eli. I'm gonna play some of this video. I'm gonna take a quick break while the video is playing. I'll be right back.
As eyewitness testimony. Now we have mountains of that, and I'm more than willing to go into some of that with the Gospels as early eyewitness testimony that can be verified externally and internally. But nonetheless, the only reason I ask, Billy, is because I've listened to a fair amount of your content, and I'm unaware of the methods that you use to try to discern between what is an accurate source historiographically and an inaccurate source historiographically.
Well,
does that make sense?
I use getting in an airplane and traveling to these places, doing my own research, talking with indigenous cultures, and researching as much of the text that is available that I can possibly find.
Okay, so I don't dispute that, and I do believe you have done that. But I mean, even from what we've talked about, so you've researched the text, but when we talked about the crucifixion, everything you cited was either, and I mean with all due respect, false in terms of the Sinai Bible, because Codex Sinaiticus is just a 4th century Greek manuscript of the Gospels that we have today, or they were verified forgeries in terms of the Gospel of Jesus' wife and the Gospel of Barnabas.
You may be right on that particular part of the topic, but like I said, that's less than 0.1% of the information that I hold.
Sure, but that was the original question. So yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, well, so I'm going off of what we've already talked about. So you said you explore the text. I don't deny that. But the evidence, by going off of what you have put forward in terms of the actual documentary evidence, is not just less than convincing in my respect. And I mean this with respect, because I think you have done a lot of research. You've traveled to these places. I have too. Like, this is what I do as my career. But I'm not really getting indication, because in history, we go to the primary sources in their primary languages. And when Mark asked, okay, why do you deny the crucifixion? The sources you used were not primary.
Okay, we're still talking about the same thing over and over again. There's so much more we can talk about here. We're wasting a lot of time. There's so much more. That's this amount.
Do you guys
so much more stuff to talk about?
Do you think that all these different cultures and stuff describing these other beings, could those have been, I'm not an expert theologian or whatever, but like where it talks about war, I always want to personally ask you this too, where in the Bible it talks about like wars between the demons and the angels. There's a lot of crazy stuff in the Bible too, that you can prove it's been written, but it also takes some faith, because you can't physically see where there was wars between demons and angels and stuff fighting in the heavens. So there's tons going on, obviously. Could any of those have been, like, from what you've discovered or how people have written it, do you think those could have been demons?
Y'all, okay, check this out. I'm back, but check this out. I wanted to say Wes, like, really did kill Billy's credibility in the beginning of the talk, and it seems Billy is willing to concede by saying that's just one. You may be right about the Sinai Bible in that context, and the Gospel of Barnabas, and the what was the book of Jesus's wife. You may have been right about those, but that's just a small, tiny fraction of why I say that the God of the Bible is not the God, the creator. But he really did destroy Billy's credibility, because every source that Billy used, he either used incorrectly, or it was just a straight up bogus source he shouldn't have used. And that, in a talk like this with a major historian or professional like this, man, that's not going to vibe well, you know what I'm saying, for you. That's just not going to vibe well. The vibes I get on this when people say bully, I wouldn't say, I'll say this because Billy makes some high claims. So you're right. Maybe bully is a strong word, but y'all remember what was that when Cat Williams was sitting there on the radio show? Supposed to be interviewing a comedian Red. I can't remember his name all the way. But he tell that weak neck joke. If y'all know who I'm talking about, who came with Cat, and Cat Williams had to get on that lady. What was that lady name? Dang,
Tiffany
that's what
Haddish?
it's kind of. Nah, it wasn't
No.
no Tiffany. Nah, the lady that is the radio host.
Oh,
And
Angela Reed or something like that, or
nah,
no,
and
not
I
her.
think she in Atlanta or something. Wanda, was it Wanda or something? I think she passed away. Did she pass away?
Oh,
I think she
yeah. I knew
recently
you talking
passed
about. I
away.
can't think of that lady name. She died like about a month or so ago. Yeah, I can't think
Yeah,
of her name either.
Wanda Smith. She passed away. Um, peace be upon her. Yeah, Wanda Smith, man, but that's what I'm saying. It was kind of like that. And in this case, Wes Huff was Cat Williams and Billy was Wanda. But even though Billy didn't come at him like that, I don't think he came at him like Wanda came for Cat. But
I
it
wish
was
you
kind
could
of
play
like
that. I
watching
wish you
you
could play those
guys.
2 little videos that I sent you because it talks about the Codex Sinaiticus and how it was a forgery.
I tried to
That
paste them on, like I would have to just show y'all the note, like paste it on the note, and I could do that and show it at the bottom.
no, you have to download it on your phone and then pull it and have it as a file where you can pull it up on StreamYard to play a video. But it's all good. It's all good.
Let's see. Well, I'm gonna try to. Let me see. I need to engage y'all. Y'all make sure y'all liking and y'all are sharing and subscribing. It's important that we build. Hope y'all doing all right on this Saturday morning. Bill, hope you had a nice wake, even if you didn't bake. And if you did, I hope the bake was nice. I hope you still, baking. So
And
anyway,
you
let's
probably could pull the
see.
whole video and then go to that mile marker where I was telling you about because it's all within that 2
Oh,
minute,
you talking about?
2 hour.
Are you talking about the one that's it's called the Battle of Belief? Codex Sinaiticus unveiled.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm already got it timestamped. Let's just head up
Okay,
over there.
bet.
Head up over
I'm
there.
gonna mute up because I am at work cutting hair,
All
so
right,
I'm gonna mute up.
all right. But y'all let me know if this is it. Y'all should be seeing this. Okay. If y'all can't hear it, tell me early on. I'm about to hit play.
It is most often traced
Yeah, it's good.
to a 17th century scholar named Richard Simon.
He's the one who is alleged to have really begun this whole process. He's called the father of textual criticism. He was a French Roman Catholic priest.
In the world today, textual criticism can mean several different things depending on who's using that term and how it's being applied. You have textual criticism in the ordinary sense, which is simply a process of going through ancient manuscripts, collating them, and trying to remove any errors and trying to figure out what the original text was and what it should be. Then you have what is known as higher criticism, which is where you give a historical analysis of the manuscripts. And then you begin to question whether or not Moses could have really written the book of Genesis or whether Peter could have written the epistles ascribed to him. And you begin to question the authorship and the historical nature of the Bible. And this was the process that is usually traced to Richard Simon.
Simon entered the priesthood in 1670. He was initially educated by Jesuit priests, and then later at the Sorbonne in Paris. He would go on to enter the congregation of the Oratory. The purpose of the Oratory was said to be to interpose a barrier to the continuous and disquieting progress of Protestantism. All of the orders that Simon was involved with, whether the Jesuits or the Sorbonne in Paris, and then the Oratory, they were all involved in variant forms of the Counter-Reformation. They were all looking for different ways to try and overthrow the Protestant movement. Yet Simon's focus was guided by the Jesuits from the beginning. It was they who laid the foundation for Simon's work through one of their original members, Alfonso Salmeron, who had joined with Ignatius Loyola in 1534. We read that Salmeron paved the way for Richard Simon. The Jesuits introduced into Catholic reading of the Bible the parameters of time, place, context, and semantic structures. The idea of applying principles of time and context don't necessarily sound like a bad thing until you realize how they were being used as weapons to try and undermine the Bible. One example was a book that was written by another Roman Catholic named Isaac Laperere during the same era. And he had written a book called Men Before Adam in 1655, in which he argued that supposedly new information, scientific data that had come to light from Greenland and China and so on, proved that men lived on the earth as far back as 50,000 BC, thus throwing into jeopardy the traditional date for creation in Genesis, which goes back to about 4,000 BC. We read that Laperere deployed the hypothesis of men before Adam in order to attack the Calvinist method of interpreting Scripture according to the literal sense. And so the idea of higher criticism, which grew out of this movement, and is also called historic criticism. The idea behind it is to arrange certain dates in history around the Bible in such a way to make it appear that the Bible is not a historically accurate book and therefore cannot possibly be the inspired, inerrant Word of God. That's the whole point of it. Laperere's work would have a powerful influence over Richard Simon, who would further the assault against Reformed teaching. We read that Simon sharpened historical criticism into a weapon that could be used in the attack on Protestantism's most fundamental error, the doctrine of sola scriptura. Sola scriptura was one of the mottos of the Reformation, and it means only the Scripture. And it's the idea that the Christian faith should be based on the teachings of the Bible alone without any interference with the doctrines or teachings of men. And it's in contrast to the Roman Catholic teaching, which says that church tradition should govern the understanding of the Bible, even if the two disagree. In defense of his Catholic faith, Richard Simon wrote that the great changes that have taken place in the manuscripts of the Bible since the first originals were lost completely destroy the principle of the Protestants. If tradition is not joined to Scripture, there is hardly anything in religion that one can confidently affirm. But the Bible says of itself that the Scriptures alone are sufficient for the spiritual needs of all believers. The Apostle Paul wrote that all Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works.
Let me pause right quick. Get me something to sip on, because I think I should make a comment. Now, and I also think I should drop the link. I'm taking a risk by doing this, but I think I should by now drop the link. And if anybody wants to engage, come on. You don't have to, show your face. You can just come in, you know, and I'll try to vet you before in the background before we, actually bring you on. But I just went ahead and that's the link right there under the voice of Eli. Y'all check that out. D has dropped the link under the We Call BS. So y'all go ahead and check that out if y'all want to come on. But dang, let me get back. The point that I wanted to. Why is my screen black? Let me see what happened. Why is it like that? It's always something. Dang. We are at what? 1 hour, 7 minutes, 9 seconds. Let me refresh.
The Apostle Paul wrote that all scripture.
Okay, what I think my dude right here is saying, okay, and I'm listening at this video now, D, I didn't really know where it was going, but like it's validating the Bible, right? And saying that the Bible, basically defends itself. I think when a person is just makes that kind of statement, you either don't know or you're not taking into account the other doctrines within the Bible that are clearly there, some clear-cut things that if they are the case, you have to deal with the fact that this is from your God. It's all knowing and he's all powerful. For instance, one quick example that I can think of off the top of my head is when it comes to bearing believers witness with miracles. And we can read about that in Hebrews chapter 2, verses 1 through 4. And it is within context. He bared them witness by those signs and those miracles. So what I'm saying is, if any of you have the claim today, then this is something that should be able to be done according to at the very least the Hebrew writer. Now that's one of the teachings that's clearly there, and if it's there but yet not true, then you have to consider, well, perhaps this is an invention of man. And I think there's many points throughout the Bible that we can prove that these are in fact stories of men. But I guess I'll continue with the video though. D, if you want to make a point about the video.
Well, the mile marker I was referring to was about the Codex Sinaiticus, which is like an hour about an hour and 59 minutes into
59. That's what I was asking. I was like, did she mean 59 seconds or 59 minutes? Well, guess
no. I specifically wrote out 1 hour and 59 minutes.
There we go.
The notes.
Let me see.
Yeah, you can start there, like 158, 159.
Needless to say, Tischendorf was furious.
I'm sorry, y'all.
What followed would be a public debate that would continue in a variety of London newspapers for the next 2 years. In July of 1861, a publication called the Literary Gazette reported that, "We understand that in literary circles, a rumor prevails that the manuscript now publishing by the Russian government under the direction of Mr. Tischendorf, purporting to be a manuscript Bible of the 4th century, is not an ancient manuscript, but is an entirely modern production, written by a gentleman now alive, who will shortly take measures to establish his claim to the authorship. The manuscript is known as the Codex Sinaiticus and has attracted a large amount of attention throughout Europe. Should the rumor prove to be correct, as we believe it will, the disclosures that will follow must be of the greatest interest to archaeology."
We're gonna add the versal
In his letter,
realm to the
Simonides
stage.
says
I'm
that
gonna
the
pause the
controversy
video
began over
for a
Codex
second.
Sinaiticus when he
Make
first
sure
saw the manuscript.
my laptop can handle all this going on. Hold on, let me delete a few windows in the background. Okay, all right, where we at? Diversal, can you hear us? Can we have a audio check for you?
Yeah. I can hear you. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. D, can you good? She would have to unmute and
I'm
I'm
good.
not
I'm at
sure.
work. I'm good. I'm at work, but I'm
Okay.
good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, Diversal. So I will give you the floor. Where you at? Mind you, I've been loosely able to follow the track, y'all. Again, on this podcast, this is something we building. So I'm everything. I'm the producer. I'm the whatever they have on the set. People, we got to be the camera people. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot to do here. So y'all have mercy on me if I can't keep up with you in the chat. Make sure y'all are liking, sharing, subscribing, and as this channel grows, I should be able to provide us with a better setup. But anyway, going back to that diversal, welcome to the Wake and Bake third episode. What's going on, my brother? State your calls.
Oh man, it's wonderful to be here, brother. I'm glad to be able to catch you on the upcoming because I know you're going big places, man. So I want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. And yeah, man. I really just stumbled across your page. So I think you were mentioning something in regards to if if we're gonna make that stance, which what I said that the Bible defends itself. I was setting up the stream, y'all, so I couldn't quite keep up with what point you were making. Could you reiterate that?
About the Bible supporting itself.
Yeah, you were saying something about
I saw something in the chat. That's what it was. I saw something in the chat where someone
that was me.
that said that. Yeah, and you had yeah. So if that was you, can you since you here, you can make it even more clear what you was trying to say.
Yeah, so you pretty much touched on it. You got this guy who was put in place where he was creating a formula that would be able to refute what a lot of the people were trying to say, mainly the Protestants, and because there was a lot of change going on back in that time, and so he was lining up a order to be able to criticize what was there, so that we can verify or not whether what we were seeing is correct. And his intentions, which is what I'm seeing, and I think you mentioned it as well, his intentions was to be able to come against these people. But what wind up happening is he created something that further strengthens what the Bible is saying, because the criticism is there and the Bible stands in the face of the criticism and still is correct. And the Bible teaches us that no weapon formed against it shall prosper.
You mean like the weapons that prospered against the people that dealing roof kill? Like those weapons that prospered over there for them people who was praying inside the church?
No.
Those are different. Those are different weapons. Okay, I
Yeah,
got
so
you.
what the
Okay,
Bible teaches is we fight a spiritual war, and this life that we're here is temporary. So when we say defeated, we'll never be defeated. We're promised everlasting life. So we accept the things that come in this life, because these things are brought on by people who do bad things. We do
so
bad
you
things.
mean the
And so
people inside
one
the church
moment
that
now,
was praying, they was bad? Oh,
ma'am.
I'm delayed. I'm sorry. So I thought you was done. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
My bad. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the things that people are doing here, the things that we're doing here, they're a result of our environment. We make decisions on the reality that we're faced with, and we deal with those consequences of the choices that we make. But in the hereafter, we're promised everlasting life. So that's what we mean by no weapon formed will prosper.
Okay, wait. I want to make sure you were done.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm Wanda, by the way. I'm at work, which is why I am not on camera because I'm at work, and I do apologize that. So
And
typically I would
I'm
be.
back here doing a lot. I'm trying to follow what he's saying, so I'm gonna go ahead and speak on it and on the part that I think I understood, but you're gonna have to correct me if I, unintentionally build a straw man because I'm back here trying to follow comments and do a lot of things. Sorry.
No
So
problem.
And
forgive me,
I
my
can't
brother, if I
post
ask
the
you to repeat
comments, Elijah.
yourself.
So sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't
it's
post.
cool.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Okay.
it's cool. It's cool. I know you got to, hey man, you gotta get it. I feel you.
No, I don't have access
Um,
to do it. Is what I'm saying. I don't have access to post the comments
right,
up there
right.
for you as well. So that yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Give me access or whatever for that at a later time.
Right. So, did you want to address continue to address him, the one?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name because I was working. I'm sorry. What was your name, sir?
My name is Brian, but I go by Diverso.
Brian.
Yeah,
Diversal. Okay. So which one would you prefer, Brian or Diversal? Is it
Brian is
Diversal?
Brian is cool.
Ryan.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ryan. Okay, Mr. Ryan. Okay. So you said that those weapons are different than the weapons that was formed against those people that was praying inside the church, based off that this is. Are you saying that was God's will that those
No,
people would die that day? Because as I understand, when growing up in church, that those are the types of weapons that we are talking about. Since you're saying that it's a spiritual war, that was a spiritual quote unquote war, if you will, that these people were blindsided by in their own home. And when I say home, I mean the house of God.
mhm.
So these are totally different weapons of what you're referring to, what that scripture means to you.
Yeah, I can see how you would say
I
that.
got you.
So when you look at a spiritual attack, um, I haven't come across any spiritual attacks that manifest themselves in a physical manner. Um,
Okay.
if that's the case, then by definition, it's not a spiritual attack if it manifests itself in a physical nature.
So
I
what is
think
a
you could.
spiritual attack? Just so we can understand each other. What do you consider, or what was taught to you as a spiritual attack that we can see in the physical realm?
Well, that's just it. You can't see a spiritual attack. If you
Yeah,
So
can,
can
how
I
then
do we
it's
know
not a
that
interject
it's a
right
spiritual
there?
spiritual
attack.
attack then?
Can I
Then
interject
how
right
will
there,
we? Yeah,
Diverso?
yeah. I just want before you do that, I just want to how will we know that it's a spiritual attack to phrase it as a spiritual attack if we can't see it and
Right.
that we don't know that it is one? Like what? So
So I think that a lot of people say that they're spiritually being attacked in a sense like, okay, I'm having problems in life. This is the enemy coming against me, things like that.
mhm,
I don't subscribe to that necessarily.
right.
But what I do believe is that, again, the Bible, when it's speaking from a spiritual nature, it's not going to play a part in the physical. So when I say that, okay, no weapon formed against us shall prosper, that is a end game statement. You're not going to win against what I've already instituted, which is to have my people in my presence eternally. That's the
So
plan. So whatever you got going, trying to do, is not going to affect the plan.
can I
Now,
interject with that right there? So
sure.
you are admitting with that right there being said,
Hmm.
you're talking about something that would have yet to materialize because you're talking about a future
Hmm.
that you perceive or you want to be
Hmm.
the case or you believe will be the case, but yet and still you're admitting you're talking about something that don't exist because it's a future hope.
Hmm. That's correct.
Okay,
So are you a
okay.
believer, Mr. Ryan? Just asking. Are you a believer or
Yeah, I'm a follower of
non-believer?
Christ.
Okay, so follow Christ. Okay, great. So did you pray for TD Jakes when all this stuff was when he got sick, at church and stuff? Did you say a prayer for the man at least?
Did I say a prayer for him? No.
Yes, sir. Why not?
I'm just not one that just prays for people randomly. That's not something I don't walk around just praying.
So you didn't pray for the man of God at all.
No.
That's interesting.
Oh, you
How so?
talking about when he recently had some kind of health issue at church?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
He did what happened to him?
As far as
Um,
he got sick. As far as I know of, they
yeah,
pretty
medically, I
much
don't know.
yeah medically he had a medical emergency.
Yeah.
Was he under any stress?
Who
Obviously,
knows?
a lot of people are pinning it to the ongoing investigations and saying that yeah, he's under a lot of stress, and with more things coming out. But I wouldn't myself make that statement. I don't know what he's going through. Thankfully, he is recovering, so that's a good thing. But to your point, um, no, I didn't. When I heard the news, I didn't go into prayer on
Oh
his
no,
behalf.
man.
That's just not something that I do.
Why? Well, I guess where D might be getting that way. You on a level of being a believer and a follower of Christ. Perhaps what she may be getting at is, I can't think of everything on the top, but I'm sure somewhere within the teachings of your Lord to pray for those that are in
I
those
gotta
type
mute
of
up.
situations. To pray for those that would be in those particular situations if you consider them. Well, if you know of it. Well, let me ask you this, because I do know from being a former member of the Churches of Christ that
Mhm.
we don't count. We believe that that there was no denomination, that there's only one church. So other Christians that were not part of the same doctrine. I'm not saying name, but the same doctrine. Although some Christians believe it's also you have to have the name Church of Christ and then wherever your location is. But
Mhm.
anyway, the thing was that all Christians are not the same. And that actually there's only one Christians, and that's those in the Churches of Christ, and everybody else would be something else, not Christians that they think that they are. So that being said,
Mhm.
where are you? Like, where would you consider TD Jakes your brother in Christ?
So, anyone who professes the name of Christ, we're not in a position to say whether or not they are indeed a follower of Christ. But if you profess the name of Christ, then I have to give you that leeway. Um, from what I've seen in his fruits, however, there are some things that I rebuke, right? But in regards to that, I've prayed for him, that God take him out of anything that's not like him. I have prayed for him in that way. But when he got sick, no, there just wasn't a unction for me to pray for him.
Hmm. Okay. I mean, hey, cool. Hey, to each his own. I wanted to kind of take it back to what was being said about the text. I think you were in support of the text there being from a creator.
Yeah, so as Christians, we believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God. Um, it stands all criticism, and that's pretty much like a blanket statement. Um, if
Okay,
there's
let me
anything,
ask you with that being said, because I don't want to go too far or assume anything. When you say that the Bible is the inspired word of God,
hmm
can you kind of unpack that for us? Map out what give us maybe some practical examples of how we can perceive it and understand it. That way, as we continue in the conversation, we'll be on the same level.
you kind of broke up a bit. It sounded like you said, "Is there anything that I could point to that would?" Uh,
Um, all right, I don't know why I broke. Let me mute. How's my audio now?
it's clean.
Okay. Let me see. How can I? Ooh, boy, it's challenging in this moment. Um, I wanted to understand. Let's see. You were saying that you believe the text, right? Okay, the text is yeah. There we go. You were saying about the Bible being the inspired word of God, and I was asking, can you explain or unpack exactly what you mean by the Bible is the inspired word of God, and perhaps provide maybe some type of practical example by which people listening can compare that so they can understand what you mean, that the Bible is in the inspired word of God, and also define what you mean when you say Bible, because I'm sure you realize that there might be a number of different canonical books related within what one considers to be a Bible, which is a
That's right.
collection of books. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so as a Christian, everything that we hold to be true hinges on the crucifixion. The Bible says if the crucifixion did never happen, then there is no Christianity, right? So we base everything off of that historical proof. That's the most physical and worldly thing that anybody can be able to look to, and then we take that event, we go ahead and extrapolate
Okay,
that
verse. So
out.
hold
If
up, and I don't want to interrupt you because I'll forget. Let me.
you
I
good, you
think
good.
what
I
you
don't mind.
mean, and I'm not trying to belittle it. I think you know what I mean. Don't mean the crucifixion. I think you mean the resurrection.
Yeah, the crucifixion and the resurrection. But I appreciate that. I appreciate you making sure that I'm
Because that
concise
he
on it.
died, that he died does nothing for anybody, right? I mean,
That's
if
correct.
he
You're
just got
absolutely
cru
correct.
okay, so you really mean the resurrection, right? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason that I point to the crucifixion first is because again, the crucifixion is a historical fact that we could point to, that people outside of Christianity can verify. Right. Now the resurrection, we have eyewitness testimonies of that, but most people would say, well, yeah, that's what they're saying, right? But the crucifixion itself, we start there, and then we take the accounts of everybody within that era, within that time frame, the writings, the proofs, the histories, the traditions, and we put all of that together as evidence, because none of us was there, right? So we base everything that we have on the evidence that we have, and the strongest evidence that we have shows that the crucifixion did happen, the resurrection is reliable, and therefore everything that goes with that we take as well.
Okay, so my original question, and we may come to the point that you're making, or maybe tie them somehow. They're interrelated, but I think I'm going back to you said that the Bible is the inspired word of God, but
Mhm.
then you gave us one of the claims of the Bible. I'm not, I'm going to be probably getting into circular reasoning, but I want to go back to the text because I think that question was with the text itself. How
Okay.
do you determine that that text is I guess what the word inspiration on the basic level means, God breathed. So,
Mm.
how would you explain to those listening? What does that mean when you say that the Bible is the inspired word of God? What does that mean?
So God speaks the things that has not happened before time as a proof, so that when they do happen, it gives you reliable and confidence that, hey, what was said had to come from someone who had prior knowledge, and no one has prior knowledge of the future except that person who's in charge of that. So we depend mainly on prophecy. When we see someone who comes and say, hey, this is what God is saying, and this is what the Lord is saying, and then what he says comes to pass in the way that he said it, then that's a verifiable proof that this has come from a source outside of man.
Okay, so mm, maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, a broken clock is right, 12 twice a day. And men
Can I ask you a
guessing are
question when
gonna
you
be
get a
right
chance?
50% of the time. But yeah, I'll let you jump in, D. I hope I remember what I'm finna
I was
say.
gonna ask Ryan a question here. So you said everything he says comes to pass. So when he told when Cain killed Abel and sent him out, so he's gonna be a vagabond all the rest of his life, but he actually built a city, so and had future generations. So so is that a contradiction there?
I don't know. Do you see it as a contradiction?
I'm asking you because you said one thing and I'm bringing you an alternate thing that's in the Bible. So would you consider that a contradiction because
No.
it did in fact go against everything that you said, basically that it came to pass. It didn't come to pass is what I'm saying.
Okay. So
So when he told him he's gonna be a vagabond,
mhm,
all and pretty much wasn't gonna do nothing. Vagabond is just a bum. You ain't got nothing.
mhm.
So when he went and built up a city and families, how is that not viewed as a contradiction?
Again, I will point to a spiritual aspect of it.
But we're not dealing with the spirit. We're dealing with the natural. We're dealing with the physical because that's something that was physically told to him, but he physically did something completely opposite. Not in the spirit, but in the natural. This is the natural world we're talking about, not spiritual.
So when you say it was spiritually told to him, what do you mean? I mean,
No,
when you say it was physically told to him, what do you mean?
I'm repeating whatever the scripture says. That's what was told to him, that he's going to be a vagabond, but that didn't
Right,
happen.
but I'm asking you, what does that mean to you?
It means exactly what it says. We both can speak English and understand and comprehend English, so it says
Hmm.
exactly what it says.
Right.
So what does it mean
So
to you? Because I'm comprehending from the English standpoint, vocabulary, to understand that a vagabond means bum. You know, pretty much bums don't have anything. They go from place pillar to pillar. So
mhm.
what does that mean to you? Obviously, you mean something different.
Right, and I pointed you to the spirit, but you're saying no. So
But did he go live in the spirit? So he went and created this stuff in the spiritual realm and not the physical realm? Is that what you're saying?
no,
Oh, okay. I'm confusing it
I know. So let me say it again.
because you're not making any sense.
I know. So let me say it again. What I believe that God is saying to him is that this is how your life is going to be. He didn't specify and say specifically, hey, you're going to be a bum. You're not going to have anything. He just said, you're going to spend the rest of your life as a vagabond.
Hmm. But this is just
Right.
what you believe, but not
That's
necessarily
that's
to be
what I
true.
believe.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha. So it's
So
not. So that's not what God told you then.
I'm not understanding what you're saying now.
Is that what God? Is that the comprehend? Is that the spiritual comprehension God gave you?
So that's what I'm saying, and I guess it's incumbent on you to prove what
No, I'm
you're
just asking
saying.
you a question. No, no, no. I'm just asking you a question. Is that the
Right.
spiritual comprehension that God gave you? That's all I'm asking you.
God gives all comprehension.
I'm asking you specifically what God told you that means that.
I
Because
don't
you said that's
believe
what
that
you
God
believe.
has spoken to me face to face
Oh,
at any
okay,
point in
got you.
time.
I got you.
So
Okay,
I don't know if you're
okay.
one of those person who thinks that God talks to you directly.
Hmm. I,
Is
I don't
that what you're
believe you.
saying?
Say it again.
Can I interject? Because you said something. Is
I don't have any.
Ryan
I
with
put the
the
other stuff.
R as in
A B.
The
Romeo?
black one.
No, with the
Oh,
B.
That's the one I
Brian.
put
So
on already.
Brian as in Bravo.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian.
Oh,
Am I to
Brian, not Ryan. I'm
understand,
sorry.
No problem.
Brian? Am I to understand that you said God gives all interpretation?
No, no, no. She asked me, was that the inspiration that God gave me?
Not say
I,
was that the spiritual comprehension that God gave you? Because you said that's what you believe. So I'm asking you, how did you
yeah,
believe that?
and I said
Okay, got
all
you.
comprehension comes from God.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm asking you. You all comprehension comes from like I still don't feel like I got my original question answered, or we didn't get
Let's revisit that.
focused. But let's not also forget this one. Also, I think it's an important point to note that you said
Hmm.
God gives all comprehension,
You can leave it on Tony. Go
and
ahead.
how we might determine that. that all, and how we might determine that it's coming from a singular, if not the same source, a different source. Because I think that'll get back to my original question, which was, you said that the Bible is the inspiration of God. I think you need to define what the Bible is, because some people have some different things in their canon. But I also want to know what do you mean when you say, can you unpack that phrase, the Bible is the inspiration of God? I think you're coming from Second Timothy 3:16. All scripture is given by the inspiration of God. It's profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, and instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect and thoroughly furnished unto every good work. Now that has to factor in to that, uh, which is going to get deep off into the teachings. But anyway, I shouldn't even quote it that one, but
So
but I
I
think
think
it's
we
going to come
all
into play, because I need to know where did this come from, this guy? Let me just keep it simple, because I'm at least a few orbits around the moon right now.
okay. You waked and baked.
That's the name of the show, man. That's what it is. But I'm still here. Believe
That's
that.
what's up. That's what's up. So as a Christian, obviously we believe that all things originate with God. All right, so that's the first thing. You were asking me to define what the Bible is. The universal understanding of what the Bible is the accepted 66 books, and then you have some churches and followers who also take in the Apocrypha, which we, as Trinitarians, we don't deny that the Apocrypha is good teaching, but we don't consider it to be inspired Word of God. So that's your answer on what the Bible is. Did I get
So basically,
everything?
the traditional Western 66 books that we know in the KJV, the current KJV.
hmm
Okay.
And then your second question,
You
why
okay? So how
why
do
do
you
I
know
believe?
why do you believe that? What do you mean when you say it's that particular canon is the inspired word of God? I need to hash that out. How, and then tell us, by what rule or standard have you
Wait,
come to
one second.
determine that the
Sorry.
words there, that the words within it come from that source?
Yeah. So again, I will point back to the original premise, which is that we believe that God sends messengers to reveal what His will is to the people. We recognize those messengers
No,
by.
I'm not trying to be a butthole, but you said you started out, you believe that what?
So okay, so you're asking me a question on what I believe, right?
I'm asking you a question on what you believe, but I'm also establishing a fact for those listening, that it's still what you believe. I
Yeah,
think at
that's
the
why I
end of
keep
the day,
prefacing everything
let
I
me
say with
begin. Oh,
what I
okay. Well,
believe.
you're not one of those people that think that you can prove what you believe, and to that there's evidence for it in reality.
So I'm one of the people who speaks to what I believe to be true with the evidence that I have. Now, as far as me trying to prove
Okay.
that to you, that no, that's a waste of time. But if you're
Well, when
asking
you
me,
say the evidence that you have,
hmm,
yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking. What is the evidence that you have that those 66 came from a power all powerful,
hmm,
okay, considerably all knowing, God? Like, what's the connection? And I'm just asking you to make that connection for me. I think you had started to say something about prophecy.
I did. I kind of we kind of went down that, and I did finish my thought, but I would ask you before I finish trying to explain to you what I believe. What is it that you believe so that I could deal with you in a proper context?
Well, again, I don't really don't think it's going to matter what I believe, because I'm just asking you to state yours. So
Right,
my
but when I
beliefs
state
are
it, is
I'm gonna give it to you, because I tend to be a straight guy. I think people can respect me for that. So
Yeah.
when it comes to something I believe that I most definitely don't claim to be able to prove,
Hmm.
provide evidence for, or whatnot, what is my belief? I think that there's a creator. That was my belief. I believe at some point, whatever it is, that there is a creator. Now I admit it's what it is. It's a belief. I don't claim that the evidence is that, or at least the arguments I think I have for that, or how I rationalize that belief will justify it for any other man, although there may be like-minded people that just kind of see it the same way, and that is some evidence enough for them. Which is, now let me be honest to my atheist audience, which is why I tend to, if you ever saw me probably in a debate, or anybody I'm rooting for in the debate, it's usually somebody who leans more on the atheistic side of understanding, not because of simply being atheistic, but because it rationally works. It makes sense. The only thing for me, and I'm trying to be completely transparent because people seem to get my understanding twisted a lot. Anyway,
Come on,
the only
Sean.
thing for me is like when Christians but that believe
Mm-mm.
in the God of the Bible, and the things that happen within it, the supernatural in a way, and that by definition we would never be able to know of because it's supernatural, so we couldn't know of it.
Right.
But if you look at a creator, the one way would be to give that creature will have the ability to study that creation. It may never find it all out, but in its study you'd see it's made up of a lot of things, and you get some code, you get some mathematics, and all these things, and there's a question about whether or not the mathematics is invented or it's already there and we discover it. Either way, it seems to bear for me the fact that the creator would not give you a story that negates creation. In other words, what we can study and see actually exists. Why would there be something against that? That's the greatest proof, if there was a proof or evidence for a creator. So therefore, when you look at the Bible, unless your timelines are extremely off, not claiming you have made this claim, but a lot of Christians believe that the earth is about 6,000 years, human beings have only been here about 6,000 years.
Mm.
And we have mountains upon mountains of evidences out there that say different. So, that's why I tend to side with uh, the more atheistic arguments because they make sense. Okay, but that me personally, I'm talking about a belief. I'm not saying I can prove it. I'm not making that claim in the slightest. So that's why I never have an argument really about it, because I tell you up front. But that's where me and Christians differ, because Christians, no, you should be able. You're actually obligated if you know your Bible to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're obligated to prove it. I'm as a non-believer in that faith, I'm not required to prove anything. All the claims came from the faith. All the claims of the miracles were here before I or you or anybody in your family alive right now was ever born,
Mm-hmm.
and probably family before them and family before them and family before them was ever born.
I agree.
It was already there. So the claims are there. So where's the proof? Where's the evidence to tell me this is what I should believe? So I know I went a long way around, but that's what I'm asking you to do. You got to connect them 66 books back to a perfect, all-knowing source, and can you do that?
Nah. So I'm in the same boat that you are. I have my belief system, and I have the evidences that I lean on. Whether or not those evidences are valid proof, that's in the eye of the beholder. But we attest that this is strong evidence that points to a creator that has been revealed to us.
Well, tell us what are some of the evidences you have in particular.
Right. So we're back at prophecy, right?
Okay.
So we have the prophecies of the coming Messiah that is shown throughout the beginning to the end of the Bible. I wouldn't say to the end, but all the way up into the New Testament. This prophecy in our eyes has been fulfilled, right? We point to the crucifixion and the resurrection as evidence of that fulfillment. And the evidence shows that it's, I wouldn't say proven, because again, proof is something that's not neither here nor there in my perspective. But the evidence is very reliable that there was a Jesus Christ of Nazareth, that Jesus was crucified, and the people of that time attest that he was seen again after his crucifixion.
You said the people of that time. You know, I was agreeing with everything you said until you said the people of that time. And for the sake of, you know, zooming in and having a little fun on the Wake and Bake podcast, y'all should be sharing, liking, and subscribing and all of that good stuff. Please do that. That's gonna help your boy out a lot. Please do that. Don't cost you nothing but a second to clicker. Okay. But having said that, um when you look at the text,
Mhm.
this is man, you know,
Based on
this
what
is
I was
no
just saying, right? On the the prophecies that we have of the coming Messiah. Do you disagree with that?
okay. So we trying to narrow it down. I was going some with that, but I guess I'm at your mercy. I got to go with what you're giving because I'm too big with it. So here's the thing. You say the prophecy of the coming of your Messiah.
Hmm.
Okay, I think I can talk a little bit on it.
Okay.
Do I think do I think Jesus is coming back? Is that what you're asking me?
No. Let's go back a bit further to before he came.
Okay. What okay, go ahead, go ahead. I'm gonna flow with it. And just for a disclaimer, y'all, this is not a debate. I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
No. Okay. So uh, the evidences that we have that this is from God, right, is that we have people who come and say that this is what God says and this is what will happen. All right. We call those prophecies. So we have a prophecy of a coming Messiah. Right. Now, my question is that I'm asking to you is, are you familiar with that prophecy and do you believe that it has come to fruition?
I'm familiar with the belief that people believe
Hmm.
they know that prophecy because I used to preach it. If you're
Okay.
talking about, you know, if you talking about, you know, behold, a virgin shall conceive and shall bear a son and all that
Hmm.
stuff, and the name shall be called Emmanuel. Is that what you're talking about? Those prophecies?
Of course.
I'm a little familiar with the text and the messianic text and in Isaiah. I mean, we could get into that. We could,
Mhm.
you know, we could just, you know, trust one another's talk and then maybe get into deeper what the people want. Because what I mean by saying that is that I'm gonna go ahead and say that if you keep those texts in context, we do see a strong argument for the suffering servant, even talked about in Isaiah 53, being the Jewish people. That's what's in the context. It's only after the fact that you have a rebranding of what is perceived to be some kind of prophetic text
Mhm.
applied to Jesus. Even the name Emmanuel. Even nobody in the New Testament even called him that. I mean, we make songs and stuff about it, but we don't see the example of them being actually calling him Emmanuel. Some might argue it's the meaning of it. It's the meaning of it. You know, God with us. But then you have to prove, or now maybe I won't say prove because some people get real technical with the words. You would have to provide evidence that warrants or a reasonable person to believe the claims that you make about the man. I don't deny there was a guy, you know. First of all, I mean, heck, we can get hey, it wasn't no Jesus, it was Isus. You know, it
Mm-hmm.
might have been Isus and Yahshua.
Yeah.
You know, that's one thing. So there was no Jesus,
Okay.
per se with the name. Um, and yeah, you know, did he probably become who he said he was? Was he that popular? Maybe so. You know, as an insurrectionist, it can go there. Was he crucified? Okay, cool. Did some people believe that he resurrected from the dead? Yeah, there were some people that did.
Let me
Extra
ask when you
biblical
get a chance. I
people
want to
that
ask
believe he
something.
did. Okay, yeah, you know, go ahead, D, because I've been on for a while, but you kind of see where I'm going there, my guy. You know, you have people that are believers that believed it, and then when you call out a believer of that day that believed it, we got to get into why they believed it,
Mm-hmm.
and is it a warranted belief? So I have no doubt that people existed that believed it. We have beliefs everywhere in the world throughout all the history. People, there's somebody somewhere believing something.
For sure.
I'm just asking, how do we substantiate whether or not it was a reality, you know, like it was for real, for real. We're
Right.
not talking about a tale or something stretched out in the details. It wasn't, you know, a little minnow or whatever, you know, that you caught, and then now at the end of the story,
It's a
you
big
know, it's a
fish.
freaking tiger shark or something like that. Did that happen? And you know, it appears to happen even with some prophecy, because I thought you were going to get into you know, the whole Jesus coming, when you said Jesus coming, and I was gonna bring up one of his prophecies about, you know, even he said, you know, till you see the Son of Man come with power. But you know, anyway, wherever you wanted to go with that,
Yeah. I
the
kind of like
prophecy thing.
to establish a foundation.
Okay.
If we ain't no sense of going to the top if you ain't got no bottom. So that's I was just like, look, the most basic prophecy that we stand on is the coming, right? And if if we have that, then we can go forward. No, this is a sweater, baby. Put on a shirt.
Like, is it? May I ask a question to you guys, to the panel, to everyone?
By all means.
So, are you familiar? Everybody's familiar with the messianic prophecy?
Yeah,
Okay,
Say it
so
again, D.
the messianic prophecy. You said that the Christians based their belief on the prophecy, and I'm asking it, is that the messianic prophecy that you're basing this off of, Brian?
that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so even the Jews don't even believe that the prophecy is the person that Christians claim or would want to believe, are supposed to believe in, that Jesus is the one that fulfilled the prophecy for them. Like, they don't even believe in that. So
I
how do Christians take that stance when not even the Jews even believe that Jesus was the person to fulfill this prophecy?
I like that. I actually get that response a lot. Um,
Okay,
if we accept what the story says, right? If we're gonna go by
you
what the
said you said
stories,
if.
yeah, because we got to
So,
establish a premise. So if we're working with what we have, which is the Bible and that history, and you bring up the Jews and what they believe, then we're accepting what they believe, and we're accepting what we believe based on what is written, right? So can we work within that context, or are we going to be outside of that?
it sounds like a delusional context, because you're saying that you're going to take theirs and then take y'all's and then bridge it together, but you're not really bridging it together. You're just superseding your belief over theirs,
Mm,
because they're believing something on a total opposite scale of what you guys, what Christians base their belief in what you're stating that they base their belief in of this prophecy. So if the Jews don't believe in this prophecy, how can you bridge their prophecy or non-prophecy if they're believing something totally different than yours and what you're stating?
Yeah, no. So I'm not trying to bridge it. What I was going to point out to you is that in the Bible, the Jews are the ones who got it wrong. That's why I said
Oh,
if we're going to take the Jewish perspective, then we got to take what their book is saying, and
so they
they
still wrong because they
misunderstood
still believe that, right?
and they misunderstood who the Messiah was verbatim from the Messiah,
And you base that off what?
the book.
So you telling them that they got it? You telling them that God's people that they got it wrong? Who
I'm
they the
telling
ones
you
that got
what
it
the
wrong?
book says.
Okay.
That's why I asked
Okay.
you if you're gonna bring that argument. Are we going to operate within the context of what we're using, or are you going to go outside of that? And it seems like
I was
you
just
want to
asking
What
a
bring
are
question.
we?
Like
it
I
seems
don't see how you can bridge the two.
I know because I'm not
I,
bridging the two. I'm
well, you
using
said
the
you take theirs and you take y'all's. So when you take
no, you
somebody,
said that.
you did say
So
that.
let
No,
me
sir.
clarify
I
for
was
you.
repeating what you said. You
No, let
said
me
we'll
clarify for
take
you.
theirs. Okay, go ahead. Elijah, you can round it back too.
Yeah, let me clarify for you. So the reason that what I'm saying to you is
I
if
don't know
you're
how
going
to
to
do
bring the
that.
Jews up and use them as the standard for truth, then you have to take their texts. So based on their text, they got the understanding of the Messiah wrong. So why would I lean to what they understand the Messiah to be?
Because they're the Jews, God's chosen favorite people. They should know. And to this day, they still feel the same way that Jesus is not the one that filled the prophecy, the messianic prophecy. They
The,
still believe that.
the Jews also believe that Muhammad of the Islamic faith is a man of God, and they don't accept him. So I
But
don't
we're not
lean to
talking
them.
about them. We're not talking
Yeah,
about that. We're
yes,
talking
we
about
are
they. No,
because
we're not. No, we're
you're
not.
using them as
We're
an
not talking about
authority,
it. We're
and I'm
not talking
poking a
about Muslim
hole
Islam.
in their strength.
We're talking strictly about what the Bible,
So we
the
was
Jews
talking
in the
about
Bible.
Christianity, and
I'm not talking about the
brought up
Muslims. You brought
Jews.
them up
So when I bring up Islam, now we're not talking
because
about them.
but we
It's
never
all
were talking about
interconnected,
that. You
ma'am.
introduced that. You introduced that. I'm not saying it's not interconnected. I'm saying we're
You
not.
brought up the
That's not.
Jews, ma'am. We
I
were
know I
talking the
did. I'm
Bible.
not talking. I'm not. I said we're not talking about the Muslims. I'm not. We're not discussing the Muslims. You introduced that, not me. We're
I
sticking with.
did because you introduced the Jews, which we were not discussing.
They're
No,
part of
it's
the
part of the
goddamn Bible.
Bible.
What do you mean?
You
They're
got
part
to
of the
include
Bible.
them.
You got
So
to.
if
That's God's
you
favorite chosen
bring
people.
in
He
the
didn't even like y'all
Jews,
Gentiles.
so if you bring in the Jews, ma'am, you can bring in the
What?
Muslims because
Wait,
they're
wait,
all
wait. Give
I'm
me,
on the
hold
phone.
interconnected.
on. Wait, hold on. Just give me flow for 2 seconds. Before you even say Jews, I
Hmm.
actually was asking about the text itself. I said when you keep those texts in context of
Hmm.
what they
I'm
are
on the panel. I'm
actually
sorry.
saying,
I'm on the
when you
panel.
keep it
Right.
in context of what
I'm
they
on.
are actually
Yeah, it was.
saying, they
Yeah.
are not making the prophecy, the future claims that people looking back on the past are actually made. And then there is some arguments. I'm not really sharp enough to
But I'm
articulate
not just
all of
jumping
them
in and
right
out.
now, but there are some arguments that even some of the claims of even like where maybe birth place that these places are not actually the case, or that they are
Yeah.
inaccurate, or the
Turn it off and
gospel
turn it back
accounts,
on.
do not agree
Mm.
with one another in all points. And that's just one claim I would make, to say when you bring up prophecy. Now going back to where we kind of originally were, we were even further back than this. But when we talk about prophecy, Jesus did make the claim about the kingdom of God coming. I guess before I make this argument, I would need to ask you, what is your understanding of the kingdom of God that he spoke of to come? What is your understanding of that?
From what I know, that is to be New Jerusalem. Also referenced as Zion, heaven on earth.
So that hasn't happened yet. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, my issue with that, and my first point, and a simple point of credibility, Luke 9:27, and I Can't pull them up, but it's a little bit of work to do that. But Luke 9:27 and Matthew 16:28, Jesus tells these individuals that there are some standing there and they won't taste of death until the Son of Man come. Now, if he himself at that time is making a prophecy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just now told me what you believe the kingdom of God to be and that it hasn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that there was some there in that time, which we know to be nearly 2,000 years ago. And you're talking about something that should have happened, that's a direct issue for the credibility of this text. And not only credibility of the text, the person in the text that's talking about it, because in the Jewish scriptures, which is in Deuteronomy or in the Old Testament text, it was said, if a prophet give a prophecy and that prophecy don't come to pass, then he himself is a false prophet.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to the prophecy that Jesus said, there was some that were there with him at that time that would not taste death until, they would see the kingdom and everything. But we know they dead and gone, and you just admitted that it didn't happen. So what is it here? What's going on?
Let me get the scripture for exactly what you're talking about, so that we can read it
Okay.
and have a understanding.
All right. Let me
And give me a moment. Let me set my daughter up. She just woke up.
How old is your daughter?
4.
Okay.
Man, you're the 4A. Man, listen, enjoy it. I told people I'm sitting here now at this place celebrating my daughter's 18th birthday. And man, like the time, bro, it's just flew by. So enjoy those years, man. That's how I have precious memories.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I thank y'all for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cherish them while they're young. My youngest one is 25, and my oldest is 29. I couldn't
I'm gonna
remember.
bring up Blue Letter. I'm gonna bring up Blue Letter Bible. That's usually the
I
one
don't think it worked no more.
that's easy for me to pull up.
Purpose was saying something about it not working.
Okay, let's see.
Oh yeah.
All right. Oh, I gotta get some load off my computer. That's one of the things I'm making an investment, y'all. At some point, I gotta get me a new laptop so I can
Trying to
host
find
these
my
things a
physical
little bit
Bible.
better. So I said Luke 9:27. We'll go to first. Give me a second to pull it up. Yes, accept that. Let me get the red letter version. I'm sure there's some words of Jesus. Yes, they are. And I'll make this a little bigger so y'all will be able to see it. Where's the thing? Hold on, I'll be sharing in just a second, y'all. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to make this. Oh, it's at the top. Why did they do that? They need to change that so when you scroll down, it stays with you. Okay, that should be big enough. Luke, I said what, verse 27, right? Okay, let me share. Present screen. Share. Okay, and I'm sure for context, you want to back up a little bit and what led into that.
Oh yeah, that'll be good.
Okay, let's see here. We'll do a little reading, y'all. Y'all forgive me if to say a word. Let's start at this: the 5,000 fed. So we are well into the context. All right, y'all with me? This is a journey right now because your boyfriend a blast off trying to read this stuff. Okay, check it out. And when the day began to wear away, then came the 12 and said unto him, send the multitude away, that they may go into the towns and country round about and lodge and get victuals, for we are here in a desert place. But he said unto them, give ye them to eat. And they said, we have no more but 5 loaves and 2 fishes, except we shall go and buy meat for all this people. for they that were about 5,000 men. And he said to his disciples, make them sit down by fifties in a company. And they did so and made them all sit down. Um, then he took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and looking up to heaven, blessed them and brake and gave the disciples to set before the multitude. And they did eat and were filled, and there were taking up fragments that remained to them 12 baskets. So they had leftovers. All right. And it all came to pass as he was alone praying, his disciples were with him, and he asked them, saying, whom say the people that I am? And they answering said, John the Baptist, and some say Elias, and some say that one of the prophets is risen again. And he said unto them, but whom say ye that I am? Peter answering and said, the Christ of God. And he straightly charged them and commanded them to tell no man that thing, saying, the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected of the elders and chief priests and scribes and be slain and be raised the third day. We getting there, y'all. Y'all stay patient. And he said unto them all, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever shall lose his life for my sake, the same shall save it. Verse 25, we almost there. For what is a man advantage if he gain the whole world and lose himself or be cast away? For whosoever shall be ashamed of me and of my words, of him shall the Son of Man be ashamed, and he shall come in his own glory, and in his Father's and of his holy angels. Watch this. But I tell you of a truth that there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the kingdom of God. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, what's going on
here? So I'm not very well versed in it, but just on surface level, um, the coming of the kingdom of God, is some people that say that's referring to the transfiguration, where some of them were there with him to see Jesus in his glory, but that was not the full coming. And that coming refers to something happening and then a continuation of that. So that's the explanation that I go with. It's referring to those who were there with Jesus on the mountain during the transfiguration. They were able to witness him in his glorified body.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do you a solid, but let's do it this way. Since you say bring up the transfiguration, why don't we establish what he's talked says here, and then we'll just read right into the transfiguration and see if that happened. Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, because back here, let's see where we are. Yeah, he says, let a man come, just to remind people where we are. I'm going to start at verse 23. He said unto them, if a man and will come after me, let him deny himself and let him take up his cross and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever will lose his life for my sake, the same shall save it. For what is a man advantage if he gain the whole world and lose himself, or be cast away? For whosoever shall be ashamed of me and of my words, of him shall the Son of Man be ashamed when he shall come in his own glory and in his Father's and of his holy angels. That's kind of specific, the Father got to be there, okay, holy angels, and I guess one could argue that when it comes up these
Read that verse again
angels.
for me one more time.
Yeah, verse 26.
Mm-hmm.
He said, whosoever shall be ashamed of me, because that's what we're talking about, and of my words, of him shall the Son of Man be ashamed when he shall come in his own glory
Mm-hmm.
and in his Father's and of the holy angels.
Mm-hmm.
So he has the glory of the Father, the glory of the angels. One could probably argue if what the glory is. But let's continue. But he already told us what this consists of, and you're making at least that there's one claim that at least that there's one claim that this stuff is of the transfiguration, and that's
Mm-hmm.
what he meant by there be some standing today. I wonder if I read. Hold on one second. Did I read?
Mm-hmm. Play with him.
Okay, all right. Continuing to read, y'all. But I tell you the truth, there be some standing here which shall not taste death till they see the kingdom of God. Okay, they don't see the kingdom of God. And it came to pass about the 8 days after these sayings, he took Peter, James, and John, and they went into a mountain to pray. And as he prayed, the fashion of his countenance was altered, and his raiment was white and glistening. I guess that would be a glory. And behold, there talked with him two men, which were Moses and Elias. I wonder how they knew that, who appeared in glory and spake of his decrease, which he should accomplish at Jerusalem. But Peter and they that were with him were heavy with sleep. And when they were awake, they saw his glory, and the two men stood with him. And it came to pass, as they departed from him, Peter said unto Jesus, Master, it is good for us to be here. Let us make three tabernacles, one for thee, one for Moses, one for Elias, not knowing what he said. While he thus spoke, there came a cloud that overshadowed them, and feared as they entered into the cloud. And there came a voice of the cloud saying, This is my beloved Son, hear ye him. And the voice was passed. Jesus was found alone and kept I'm sorry, and they kept it close and told no man in those days any of those things which they had seen. I believe it stops right there with the context. And yeah, because that would be it. So I will leave it to the people. What do you think? You think that the transfiguration fits the bill of what we read up here, which would look like the coming of Jesus Christ? Now, granted, that's not what Brian said it was, but he's saying that was one, I guess, argument you had come across. Is that right?
Yeah. And
Right,
it for
right.
me it's the most plausible one. There are a lot of different arguments that can stand, but for me that's the one that makes the most sense.
The
Also
one
being that
that
it's
the
right
one
there
that is
in
in the future.
no, being that it literally happened in the next passage right behind it.
So it's not the coming of the Jerusalem that you had said before.
Right,
Because
because so what I'm saying is what he says in the verse is that you will see,
hmm
right?
hmm
I don't have it on my page and I can't see yours that well.
Oh, I'm trying to share it. Can you see the screen? Well,
I see
which
your
verse
screen,
you
but I'm
want me to go
on the
to?
phone, so it ain't.
Oh,
Let me get my computer going, which is what I should have did. I've been trying to work on the
I'm
phone a
on
little.
loop. Well, yeah. I would just tell folk to look at it, for
Yeah.
what it
But
is.
it
I
says,
see
but I
how
tell
people
you the
can get that.
it says, but I tell you of truth, there be
Where
some
you
standing
at? Where
here.
you at? Hold on. Where you at?
I'm where
The
you took
same
me, Luke
verse.
9:27.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
There'll be some standing here which shall not
hmm
taste of death till they see the kingdom of God.
Right.
Right. And directly after that is the transfiguration. And it came to pass about 8 days after these sayings. So if you're reading that in context and in continuity, it's pointing directly to that.
It's pointing directly to
the transfiguration event.
in the transfiguration event. They saw Jesus um transfigured. He was looking bright, and you saw Moses now. I
And
guess
you
one issue that I could think of right off the top of my head, if I were to think of one, not
Mhm.
that it's a particularly strong point, is that embedded within what it says till they see the kingdom
Mhm.
of God, and maybe one could imply this, but um, did they see the king or did they see the kingdom? I hope I'm not reaching too much because I know they saw Jesus and they
Right.
saw Moses now, but did they see what is defined as the kingdom of God? And my understanding to that would be something that is under a king to see a host of subjects. Um, and everything of that nature. So, when we go down, I think, some people, I see how some people can get that. When you look at like verse 29, it says, and as he prayed, his fashion and his countenance was altered, and his raiment was white and glistening, and that right there, for some people, there you go. That does it. That's the glory of his father and the glory of his angels, because his countenance is shining. And then get to verse 30, and it says, behold, there talked with him two men. I get, okay, so that's Moses and Elijah, who appeared in glory and spake of his decrease, what he should um accomplish at Jerusalem. So
Mhm.
I mean, maybe you're interpreting all of those two individuals that we see that were present, Moses and Elijah. Maybe that's how somebody can interpret it being a kingdom scene there. Now, I don't see a kingdom scene. I don't
Yeah,
see what he said it would be.
I
Uh,
understand
but
that.
but I mean, I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt as to what people might be trying to say is good enough for them to believe that they're seeing what he said that they would see back there in the text.
And
Um,
I would also assert your beginning premise, which is that trying to prove something to someone is different from presenting why you believe what you believe with your evidence. All right.
Well,
So
yeah, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no problem. So that this is why I believe what I believe. This is the evidence that I have to show that, and it's not an absurd notion, but it just doesn't fit what you believe to be what the kingdom of God is. So I think you established earlier what you believe the kingdom of God to be.
Did I establish what I was just saying? I don't see a kingdom scene. That's why I asked you what you believed it to be, and whether or not you believe what you had said it to be what was talked about in that text, or was that something different? That's what I was originally getting at.
I understand. I understand. So
Yeah, and then
from a
you said that there was another perspective on it, that it was the transfiguration and not a future kingdom of Jerusalem to come, but rather the transfiguration, which was happening after. So, or
no,
unless, I
before
mean, or
happening
are you,
before. So
yeah,
it,
so are
it
you arguing he saw the new Jerusalem? Is that
no, no,
what
no, no, no. So the original question that you asked me is, I think what I believe the kingdom of God is, or what is the coming. I wish I remember what you said, but it led me to point to you
I
that
think
hey,
I asked you what in your understanding what is the kingdom of God in this context. Let me scroll back up because I think I'm still sharing the screen with people. I was asking when he says till they see the kingdom of God, I was
mhm,
asking you what is that he's referring to when he says the kingdom of God. And
right,
I asked you to give me your understanding of what that is.
right. And so that's why I mentioned that God coming here on earth, reigning with the people, right?
Okay.
And so then you pointed me to this verse, and you're asking me, well, he said that they're gonna see the kingdom of God before they die, and that doesn't match up with what I said. And so that's why I went to the
I think that's
transfiguration.
what it implies. That's why I bring that up. I think you came to that conclusion. Yes, that's a conclusion I expect a
Hmm.
reasonable person to come
Right,
to. Right.
right. So we on the same page. Yes, baby. Then don't try to play Roblox, baby. Do you stop trying to be like everybody else? You want some breakfast? We're on lunch now. You slept too late. Okay, so that's why I pointed you to the transfiguration, which is the instance where we see Christ in his glorified body. This is what he asked for as he's in the Garden of Gethsemane. He's saying, "Hey, look, God, give me back the glory that I had before." This is the glory of him. So we've only seen him in mankind form, and then we see him in the transfiguration where he has this glory in this moment, right? That glory is him on earth with man, which is what we understand the kingdom of God to be, when man is reunited with God in all of his glory.
And
That's
that's what you were saying when man is that would have been the kingdom interpretation to you.
yes. That's why I said, that's why I
But
laid out this.
what I'm saying is,
Give me that.
so then it can't be the transfigure. If you're saying that, then why wouldn't you say it's the transfiguration was the answer to that prophecy?
Why wouldn't I
The
say
today
that?
thing. Oh, somebody done turned on the PS4 or the PlayStation 5. I don't know which one it is, but
I wish it would.
man,
I ain't
and
buying no
then
five.
hey, man, hey, ain't it though? Cause it's like, you know what I just did. So like my four, I bought my four at a pawn shop quite a few years back, and
Mm-hmm.
then it started messing with me, man. But anyway, I got on Facebook Marketplace because I'm usually making a decent deal, and dude had a nice little 32-inch flat screen, but then he
Mm-hmm.
had the PS4 Pro 1 terabyte with some controllers. Was that all? And he had a receipt from he had everything, man. I could have taken it back to GameStop and exchanged it if I wanted to,
Yeah.
but it was for the dang 250, and it came with the TV.
You can't
And
beat that,
so
dude.
I was like, man, shoot, I ain't finna get no PS5 just yet. I went and scooped that up.
All right.
But I say all of this to say it will be relevant because that's to come soon. That's something I want to get consistent on. Maybe around this time or fall next year. My gaming
It's
channel is something I want to start pushing, y'all. So we really gonna ramp this thing up on Saturday AM because I'm nostalgic with it, brother. I'm taking back to Saturday morning cartoon feel, but we just talking about grown folk stuff. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? We waking, we baking, we talking, we agreeing, we disagreeing, we whatever. We just talking about whatever. Um, but yeah, we can get passionate. We should get passionate about it because these beliefs affect our everyday life and our relationship with friends and family. Nothing seems to does that to people like except religion and politics. Those two topics, you got to be careful with those two topics. But
They'll
you know
divide you, man, real quick.
but you know what, it's something weird about me. I mean, people can say what they want. I'm gonna be who I'm is.
Mm.
I like controversial talks, right or wrong. I don't know what it is about it, man. And maybe y'all can tell me what that is. Maybe I'm off, but
Nah.
I
I'm
like controversial
I'm
topics,
on that
and I
same
like
nature.
to have that point at which you have that question, that dilemma question, and everybody can feel the tension, like, oh shoot, but it feels relief to get you feel relief to get the answer sometime, like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? It came with some knowledge on that. And that's why, going back to my question, I get back to the root. Even with all of this, I think it was good that we explored this and saw the it's two different ways you want to come at it.
Mm.
But what I was attempting to do is to show you can have these inconsistencies in a text and even end up with different beliefs because you stated you believe it's talking about this when some people say it's talking about the transfiguration, which happens immediately after that fits all the tick marks. However, at the end of the day, we're left with did any of this really happen? So
See, there's
you
the
know what I'm
crux right
saying?
there. So
Yeah,
look,
yeah, did this,
so
yeah.
look, this is my favorite part of the conversation, right? Because I do this with Muslims, with Jews, with atheists, with everybody, right?
Mhm.
We go into the text and we dissect the text only to come to a point at the end, which is, well, yeah, but is the text true, right? And that's kind of like it is basically okay. We can argue within the text, and the text is gonna say what it says, and that it's not like we making up what we believe. We're going on what the text says. So now the question is this text reliable? Is it true or not? And how do we prove that? How do we prove it is if any text is true? We have a standard for what books we believe are true and what books we don't believe. When we go to high school, when we go to any school, we go to a library, right? How do we
Okay.
know that these texts are true?
Well, generally, you remember back in the day, they don't have to do it no more, but you had a fiction and you had a nonfiction
Right,
section
right, right,
in
right,
Dewey
right.
Decimal System. So, but the thing is that blurs the lines with these texts we are thinking about today is that people believe them to be true, as they are. Some people have varying degrees of which they believe that they are true.
Mm-hmm.
And then some that used to believe that they are true, like I believe that it was true,
Right.
have now found that they do not work it within reality. And when we looked at the very foundation, I have to be honest, is what was I using to substantiate that it came from an all-knowing, all-loving, all-powerful source, and that really didn't. There was really nothing there at the bottom of that other than that it was what I had been told to
Mm-hmm.
believe. Um, and looking at trying to look back at evidence that should have been there wasn't there. Like in the case of like the evidence, I know people try to say absence of evidence is not a proof of absence, but in that case, it's quite strong for such an event to have occurred, at least in the way that even the Bible depicted. I'm not even talking about in the movie and that some of us saw growing up, Charleston. I'm just talking about in the way the Bible depicts, you know, I think it was 400,000 men, and that was saying besides women and children, and you got cattle and stuff. That's a sizable group there. That's a lot of folk moving at one with nothing, no evidence, none whatsoever. Okay.
And that's referring to what the crossing of the Red Sea.
Yeah, well, yeah. That was now. I just meant that as a sidebar. I mean, we could talk about it, but I was just saying this is. I went off in La La Land. I'm sorry. I probably was
Sorry.
ranting. I
No,
probably
I
was
was just trying to
ranting.
nail down what particular event that you were referring to that
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have.
The Exodus. When I speak of that, the Exodus event. That was something that I went looking for. Did not see it. It's not there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, getting back to again the Bible and establishing that it came from this perfect all knowing. So do you subscribe to the belief that those 66 books as they are that is um that they are all inspired and that is it infallible? Does it have mistakes in it at all, or do you believe it is perfect?
Yeah, so what I believe is that the message of what God instituted is definitely perfect and infallible. Whether or not it's been written down infallibly, how can you say that anything that man does is perfect? I don't think nobody says that, but what we say is infallible, meaning that you can't refute it.
So I'm sorry, you saying that it's infallible in what sense?
Anything that man has anything to do with can't be perfect, right? But
Okay, so
when we,
you would agree the Bible is not perfect. Is that what you're saying?
right, but it is infallible.
It's not perfect, but it is infallible. Can
Right.
you?
Infallible meaning the word fallible, fail. It cannot fail. There's no shortcoming in it. You got what?
Okay.
I got to hit my wife right quick. I'll be right back on.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Situation.
Oh, let's mute that. I'm sorry, y'all. Seems like they got something going on. Definitely send some positive energy. With whatever that might be happening. Um, with her. So I don't want to, out of respect, I won't really go too much further into that. Y'all witnessed the conversation for what it was, and let's see, how do y'all feel about? Let me see. Stop sharing this. How did y'all feel about the damage control video? So let's talk about that side of things. Now I gotta see if I have a clip up. Yeah, let me type in damage control because I think once Billy realized that he probably had been made to look like, in some cases maybe he didn't, but he had been made to look like he didn't know what he was talking about. And I'm putting all that together with the context of his, kind of recent surge in the media and everything. Bro, you okay?
Yeah, nah, my wife dang on left her phone in the Uber. She running in crazy trying to call him real quick.
Oh, when she was saying, "Oh, I thought somebody was hurt," because I
That's what
heard
I
all I
thought. I
heard
was
was,
like, hold
"Oh my
on, bro. Let me
God."
let me get active
And
right
I was
quick.
like, "Oh man, listen, my brother, positive energy," because we didn't know, but I didn't want to disconnect just in case it wasn't as serious as I thought it was. So I'm
I
glad to know
appreciate that. I
that.
appreciate that. You did the
Yeah,
right
yeah.
thing, man. On
She
point.
had me rolling. I was like, "Oh man," I was like, maybe she. I thought I'm gonna tell you my honest thought because I'm baked anyway. I was like, maybe she pregnant. I thought, what the heck, bro? I was like, oh shoot.
Nah, everything good. She actually got a hold of the guy, and he's bringing the phone back right now. So,
That
yeah,
man, look, crazy story, went off story. Man, we do like Uber Eats sometime.
yeah.
And man, like 2, 3 weeks ago, we ordered some darn food, right? Boy, we was hungry, but we didn't want to go nowhere. I'm just gonna lie, man. I be lazy, especially when I'm baked. And I don't want to go nowhere. I ain't finna drive. So we ordered some food off the Uber Eats. And then it's starting to get close, right? It's getting real close. It's getting real close. So I'm like, babe, how far are they? And she checking the phone. And then so she hit them up. I guess they weren't going the right way. And she was like, dang, I forgot what she said. She was like, she said something to the dude like, is everything okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Like, is everything okay? And it was like either what or something. And she was like, I'm just, checking food. And it was like, and it was like a real like snotty response. It was like, man, shoot. And oh, that's what it was. And keep in mind, yeah, I'm gonna tell a little bit. Man, when I say hungry, she was so hungry because it wasn't a lot of it wasn't, she had just had, surgery on her mouth. So when I tell you she was hungry, bro, she was really hoping we was gonna get that food. And we had to end up, typing on the thing and telling them, "Hey, your driver done said this. We don't want that food. Y'all gonna have to give us another one." So we had to make another order.
Mm.
But it was a pain in the butt because it was like talking to AI. You know,
So sorry. No problem. You good, baby. One more time, bro. Hold on.
Nah, you good. But anyway, we'll break off right there with, and he'll be back. But yeah, that had happened, and that was kind of upsetting because when you're hungry, you're hungry. But like I was saying, y'all, let me try and check out some of y'all comments. Biblical, hey Gasper, all right. Biblical prophecy is not really arguable one way or the other. Most are so amorphous that it can be interpreted into being anything. That is an excellent point to make. And what I was getting at with the whole Jesus thing is only by trying to look back and repackage some of those texts that you can say that they would be prophecies for Jesus by again repackaging or formulating a story to somehow fit that and then say this is that was spoken by the prophet Isaiah. When the prophet Isaiah made a prophecy, and if it came to pass, you can read about it right probably in the next chapter. If you just keep reading, you'll see that that's what the context bears out now. But then they invent some fancy term, I don't know, maybe some double prophecy thing or something where they say, "Oh yeah, it was a fulfillment of that, and it was a fulfillment of this." I don't know because sometimes they make up terms. But welcome back, welcome
Oh,
back.
I'm back. I'm back. I might be back. I
I
might be
did
gone again.
find.
My wife here.
Oh, okay. I did find this comment right here interesting, and I tend to agree with what Mr. Roberts is saying that biblical prophecy is not really arguable one way or the other. Most are so amorphous that it can be interpreted into anything. And that's kind of what I was getting at with talking about looking back at some of these so-called messianic prophecies.
Mm.
But when you read them within the context, they will be fulfilled like right there in a few chapters or the next chapter of Isaiah. That's fulfillment until maybe some fancy theologian come up with a phrase or something, or came up with a phrase 100 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. Now we got double prophecy because it's talking about that, but it was also a fulfillment of this. But it's
Mm.
only when we look back. You're looking back on the prophecy when you start to talk about things about Jesus. You're looking back on the prophecy saying, "Oh, well, behold, a virgin shall conceive." Well, now we got to argue about what a virgin is because apparently somebody misinterpreted that. And does it take any more credibility away from him? I would ask you that, being a believer, does it take any more credibility away from Jesus if we were to settle in on the fact that no, she wasn't, she wasn't a virgin?
And where do we get that from?
What? Which part?
The fact that she wasn't a virgin.
Well, first of all, I was asking more of where do you get the belief, or why is it warranted in the belief that she is a virgin over why she wouldn't be. So I'm
So
just
we
going off I'm gonna tell you what's the most logical one to believe. I'm just using a razor on this. I can't remember which one, but I think it's
Occam's razor.
yeah, more or less like that. Am I too? Should I believe uh that a virgin should conceive, or that could have been a lie by her or us? Now, just in that simplistic understanding, which one is more likely? We
Mm.
do have tales though of other variations of stories. Some could argue, oh, that's not entirely a virgin birth, but yet and still a miraculous birth. When you start to talk about Horus, yes, I'll bring Horus into the picture,
Okay.
because while people will say, "Oh, that's not a virgin birth," it was nevertheless. If you look at the story, the man was chopped up and blah blah blah. She couldn't find the phallic symbol, blah blah blah. But yet, still, that's a miracle. I mean, that's a miracle conception. Um, there's some astrological significance to it that may have been hinted at, and we do know that there seems to be some symbolism within the writings that were just simply astrological. We're talking about the sign Virgo being pregnant with the sun. That we can find this at the winter solstice, and in a few days you'll be able to witness this. At the winter solstice on the 23rd, I believe. that it is. So, dang man, I hope I ain't getting too far off. I keep telling y'all. Let me reel myself back in. Yeah, okay, you was asking me, how did we know that it was true that it was not a virgin? So I would say that the burden of proof is not on me, but it seems that it has not been proven that she was. I can bring up the fact that the most plain reading that I'm aware of the Old Testament text is that was a young woman. It is the Old Testament word for virgin that was translated there does not suggest that the female has never been touched sexually by a man. So that's just going back from what I understand from other scholars. Now I don't claim to be a primary source or a scholar, but when I have dived into this particular area, that's what I remember in my memory bank, that it tells me that this particular that it this particular word was not a virgin in the sense that we think of it never having been touched by a man, but rather it was just a young woman, which is problematic for some people, but I'll grant it given the culture of the day. But let's go back into that. We're talking about something miraculous. Would you not agree that even by definition, if you say that it's a miracle, then it would be something that you could not explain?
So what my understanding of what a miracle is something that's impossible. That's what makes a miracle. It's not
Yeah, but
able
it's
to happen.
impossible because you cannot explain it, yet it did happen. Because if you're claiming that it's a miracle that you did not somehow know of or whatever, you would make that claim. So you're if you're saying that here's something and this was a miracle, um I'm asking by well, you when you ask what a miracle is, by definition is something that could not have happened, like you said, but it did happen, because it wouldn't be a miracle, right? It had
Right.
to manifest. But it so when you look at that, how do you explain that? Even if you say, okay, maybe there were some miracles, but how would you prove that they happen? What evidence would you show besides things that were said within the Christian text themselves, or about what Christians believe? There really is, not to my knowledge, there is no extra biblical evidence that corroborates the things that make the Bible the Bible.
So the proof of how a miracle happened, I think we already established that you
Not the
can't
proof
prove
of how it happens, not necessarily the proof of how it happens,
not how it
but
happened, that
just
it happened.
I would say, yeah, just how did you establish that it did?
You can't. You can't prove
So it's
that a
just a
miracle.
belief, right?
So here's the thing about a miracle, right? What we understand about science is that you can repeat the process. It's a repeatable thing that you can prove. You can't repeat a miracle. You can't repeat history either. But we have proof that history happened based on the things around it. That makes sense?
I understand what you're saying. You would have perhaps some documentation or something, and then there's ways of, even with the different proofs or that they have ways of establishing, how those things are relevant, what time periods they are put into, and
The
therefore we can
likelihood of it being true.
yeah, and you will get to that. And when you look at the evidence for the miracle part, we don't have that. We don't have the likelihood of it being true. We see where some people believe that, but then you have to be a good, uh, skeptic of things that are some very tall claims, especially for us today.
I
You
agree.
have
I
to be
agree.
a person to look at and say, okay, well, what was there? People did play tricks in that days, with the water, turning water into wine. There was special jars that they had to fool people of this trick. You have people doing all these sorts of things, and why are we giving Jesus a pass? Maybe he was who he said he was. Maybe he was a lunatic. Maybe
So
he
let me
was tricking people. But I'm not saying that he was. I'm just saying we have to consider
everything.
all things.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Rule out none of it. You have to consider it all. And so why do we think that this man was able to walk on the surface tension of water,
Hmm.
and that actually happened? There could be another meaning for the text, which I think there is another meaning for the text.
Hmm.
But did he actually walk on? What purpose did that miracle serve? And then Peter did it. Why aren't people able to do it today with enough,
So
I guess,
I don't
belief?
want you to get too many points out.
All right, I'm sorry.
Let's look at miracle first, right? Um, do you believe that a miracle can happen?
I don't think so. I think
Okay,
we
what do
might
you?
have something happen and we just can't explain.
Okay, so do you believe that you can get something from nothing?
Um,
You got nothing, and you get something out of it.
no, I don't think so, especially not in the traditional sense of nothing, nothing. I mean, and I only say that for my technical geeks out
No,
there on
no.
Lawrence Krauss and stuff, and talking about the fluctuations within the quantum field and all that stuff. No, we just gonna say nothing. Do I believe you get nothing from nothing? No, no, I
Is there a
don't.
sense of nothing that you can get something from? Is there
A
any
sense
nothing
of
that you can get something from?
I think I just answered that already. I don't know what I guess I don't know what you mean by sense of nothing. Nothing. I'm going with you here. I'm conceding to the nothing. I think I know where you're going. And I'm saying no, I don't believe that. I don't believe the
Right,
nothing for nothing.
right.
So
So
I can go there.
okay, so if we accept that you can't get something from nothing, but yet we have a Big Bang theory which we accept. Do you accept the Big Bang theory?
No, I'm not that technical because I don't know enough about it, but I will say this about it. It does
Hmm.
not assert absolute nothing. You don't get a big bang from nothing. That's not what it says. So I don't want to misrepresent the theory, even though I'm not here to say that I can defend the theory one way or another. But it doesn't assert a beginning from nothing. It asserts a beginning from a bang of infinitesimally small material. When you go and look at it, so that's something. That's all I mean.
Okay, so the Big Bang theory is something, not nothing. Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Within that context, this something that's infinitesimal and completely compressed, we get all of this in a because I understand that you believe that there is a creator though, right? It's
Yeah.
just not what we
It's
assert as
not
Christians.
the. I don't think it's no. I don't think it's the God of the Bible. No.
Okay, cool. So that creator would be capable of miracles, right?
I believe the way that the creator would work, it would work in such a way to within its law, within what it already has. Now that
Mhm.
to us may seem like a miracle, but that may just be us not understanding how the creator or how that phenomenon is happening. Case in point, technology, is probably what comes right to my mind. We don't have to drop back too far. What we're doing right now, if somebody was standing at a third person view 50 years ago, they might think I'm crazy. What is he doing with this half open metal box, and it's got lights coming from it and he's talking to somebody?
Mhm.
That would seem like that would seem so foreign to them, like magic. Like that's not even possible. It would seem like a
It's not
miracle.
possible, exactly.
Yeah, right. It would seem like a miracle, but it's not, because we today have people among us we know have created this technology,
Hmm.
abilities to create it, and can demonstrate. that they can do it, and that's what sets them apart from this being in the Bible. I can demonstrate technology. We can demonstrate what it does in its
Hmm.
existence. But when it comes to the teachings of a lot of the things contained within the text, or at least what most Christians seem to assert, we don't have any demonstration, and that's a big one. I gotta say that's got to be a big one for a lot of folk. You have no demonstration of the claims of the Bible.
So, and I can agree with you on that, but it kind of puts me now in the seat of asking you, where do you get your assertion that there's a creator?
Exactly, like I told you in the beginning, it's a belief. I don't assert it on nobody. I don't, and I have no obligation to. It's just me. Now the difference is that's not the case for those that believe in the 66. You have a
Yeah, we've
text that
established
you
that,
must follow.
and I
So
agree.
me and I've established that for me, it's just a belief. I never said I could prove it.
So the reason that I bring that up is I'm not trying to say that you're asserting anything, but like I try to tell my kids, when you say one thing, it automatically asserts another, right? And if you say that you believe that there's a creator, then there's a whole litany of things that go with that. And
Now,
so,
see I'm on pause 1 second. You got to be careful with um when you say one thing, it asserts another, because you also want to put in there the restraint slash the caution to consider what it all may be, but always remember that you do not know. Until you know what the actual assertion is being made, you might want to ask for clarity to still man somebody's argument and say, okay, is this what you're saying? Regurgitate it back to them to make sure that you have properly understood what they are saying, because
right.
I don't want people to misconstrue what I said with where I'm not sure where you're going just yet. It could be my mini orbits, or it could be I just didn't understand what you said yet. But go ahead, go ahead.
I'm just putting this thing here, like, okay, if I say that you're not telling the truth, that
Hmm.
automatically asserts something,
Right,
right?
right.
And
Right.
that's as far as it
That
goes. That when
that
you make
asserts at least
one,
two things. Or it could not. It don't
it
have
can
to be the
assert
same
a
thing.
million things, or it can assert one
Okay.
thing. So
Okay.
that's why I say there's a litany of things that go with one assertion. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. I
So
understand the implications of one's argument.
yeah,
Yes, must be willing to defend the implications of one. Okay.
there we
I'm.
go.
I think I'm with that.
Yeah. So um, we were going toward miracles, right? And
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong. It seems that what you're saying is that there are no miracles, only things that we can't yet explain.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I would. I don't think I can. I can really. If I really think about it, bro. Can we know? I don't think I can know. If I was just willing to bet, I would probably say no. I would say no. And going back to my original, what I said was my understanding. If I wanted to have an understanding of a creator, was that that creator in my mind. This is not written nowhere. This is just me. This is not something I claim to prove. But it is, I will say, what seems to make sense to Eli. That creator having created a universe, it will be by our discovery of that universe, its laws, all of that, that continue to support the existence of said possible creator.
Hmm.
Um, these those things. Now that yeah, almost something. Yeah, that particular creator. So yeah, bro. That when you look at that particular creator and the laws, I hope I'm making sense. When you
I'm following
look
you.
at Yeah, when you look at the creation, I'm saying you study that. It's not going to do something weird, but it may do some things we don't understand. And if it does some things we don't understand, then let's just call it that. I think we get into the habit of saying, "Oh, we don't know," or since we can't explain, we go ahead and plug in God,
Hmm.
and then until we find out different, then we push the God card a little further back until something else come up that we can't explain.
Mm.
And so we gotta be careful with that. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm rambling. You go ahead. Tell me where you want me to be.
Okay. So I was asserting one because the way we got to miracle was we was looking at the virgin birth, right? And I think you were saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's more likely that she was not a woman who had not been touched by a man, and that it was just a typical birth. And my
I'm saying
assertion,
that that's more than likely. More than likely, she was not a virgin. More than likely.
all right, and when you say more than likely, you're looking at the context of the people in that time who held marriage and virginity
I'm looking at
as
reality. I'm
yeah,
looking at
right.
that, and I'm
It,
looking at reality. I
and in
mean,
that
when last
reality,
time you heard of a virgin birth?
in that reality,
Except to say except to say maybe in recent times with artificial insemination, you could imply that.
okay, so uh, all right, I ain't gonna even touch that. That's crazy that you just brought that up. But
I'm just saying it's a possibility now, at least.
so that's like saying they went to the moon 70 years ago, but it is not possible now.
What you mean, like? Because I got some views on that.
You believe that they went to the moon, correct?
That's what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. You know, I've been back and forth on that one. Um, let's digress for a little bit.
All right.
I remember coming home and telling my mama about the moon as a little boy. I was in elementary school. I probably was at Sheridan Hills Elementary School in Hollywood, Florida, and I came home talking about the moon and all that. And my mama, we was probably looking at the moon or something for some reason. And my mama said, "Boy, ain't nobody been up there on no dang moon." Well, she didn't say that. She said, "Hey, boy, ain't nobody been up there on no damn moon." That's what she said to me. And I was like,
Right.
huh? The teacher said, I didn't say this, but I was like, huh? How my mama is so sure. But anyway, long story short, I think it's a mystery, bro, because with what I do know
Hmm.
about disinformation, misinformation, and how the government thing work, think about it like this. If they did go, what would be the advantages of later making it look like that they faked that they went? You
What would be
have
the advantages?
plausible. What would be the advantages of making everybody think, or think that they didn't go? What if you actually went? And would there be any advantage to having the people believe that
That they didn't go.
that they didn't go? Now, I'm going to argue, yeah, yeah, it'd be some advantages to making people think you went. That took care of the Cold War, and now it could be coming out. What? Now it could be coming out that that you didn't go, but it don't matter no more. And who's to say you ain't been since? Or because a lot of that stuff bouncing around up there in the air is not off Earth.
Mm.
That's stuff. I believe that those are things that have been engineered. Some of them, now maybe not all of them, but some of them been engineered by humans
Hmm.
that have a level of technology that we just simply don't understand. Okay, and to my case in point, to those that think I'm tinfoil hat and think I'm crazy,
All right.
I remember as a young man. Oh man, I must have been a teenager when I used to like watching Discovery channels with like the future weapons and stuff. And I remember hearing about a program called the Comanche helicopter. It was supposed to be a project for the first stealth helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, they showed it on the Discovery Channel, whatever it was. Wow. And it was supposed to be this awesome helicopter. And then, but anyway, then it said that they scrapped the project. It was costing too much money and nobody could figure out the stealth, how to make a helicopter stealthy.
All right.
And then we had the raid on Osama, and everybody found out about a darn stealth helicopter. How you not hear a helicopter over you?
Come on now.
So everybody found out. So my point being, and I'll go one more thing. One more thing. I always offer it because I got videos up on it. The stealth fighter, the F-117,
Right.
the technology being perfected in the early 70s. Okay, early 70s. Think about that. The Gulf War kicks off. You have these ninja aircraft, the F-117s. Not one of them gets shot down in a war that happens, 20 something plus years after the technology that we know of was pretty much, the thing that they knew what to do with.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they are that far, just say 20 years ahead, the technology that even just in our military, if some of that stuff might be revealed to us, we might think, oh man, that's not possible.
All right.
Yet there is a understanding behind it, which goes back to my point of a creator. You may not understand it, but that doesn't mean that it's not already built into the creation that was created, however it was created, which I don't claim to know or whatever will be able to show or prove.
So yeah, I'm in agreement with you. With that understanding of things, we have to look at what we started with from the past, the technology that we had, and to what we have now, which would point to a proof for me that this knowledge and this level of intellect was already established, and we just hadn't got to that point yet. Going forward, there's going to be more technologies that come out. There's probably more technology that's already out that we have no idea about. The understanding is already there and established, and we just haven't caught up to it yet. So that's why I said originally that all inspiration comes from original source, because we just catching up to it.
Okay, and I get what that sounds cool to say. Um, some variations of viewers might ask you what you mean by that. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna challenge it,
Mhm.
except to go back to what we was going back to is to tie this back in with something that makes a reasonable person say, you know, the God, the creator of the universe is the one of the Bible. What's the reasonable? And I guess you would go back or to prophecy. I don't know if you're going back there, but that was the sound like the one that you offered up in the beginning. That was the first one. Um, so yeah, I mean, we could either go back into prophecy or we could bounce around somewhere else because we still have to, I think, connect a stronger dot. You got to connect something stronger to it to make us see, or at least give us your reasoning for saying, okay, based on XYZ, y'all see this right here,
Mhm.
that means it came from source. It came from God. It came from the creator of the universe based on these fingerprints right here. You know what I'm saying? You have anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the Big Bang. Um, Most Christians that I know believe in the Big Bang. There are those who do not. They believe in the young Earth theory. I believe that the Bible points to the Big Bang, where everything was created from basically nothing, infinitesimal, what we consider something that you can't see. Created the unseen. The seen was created from the unseen. The Bible points to that. That's a very strong indication that before we understood what the Big Bang was, the people of that time had an understanding of it, and they got that from what they say is the inspiration of God, and that's kind of in line with what.
But I already told you that I mean, maybe you remember you said nothing, and I was telling you that the Big Bang, when you go back and look at it,
Mhm.
it asserts that there was a extremely dense condensed matter,
Mhm.
all the matter. Now, I'm not saying the theory is true. I'm just reminding you of what it actually is.
Yep.
And under whatever conditions it was caused to explode,
Mhm.
and we have what we have now. I'm not saying any of that's true, but I'm just pointing out that's not the nothing I thought that you meant. When you said nothing, you meant nothing, meaning not even an infinitesimally small speck of matter
Mhm.
from which all matter derived. Even that can't exist. But the Big Bang asserts that that already existed. It grants that that existed, and then it exploded, and so on and so forth.
Right. So the reason that I assert that it literally is nothing, even though the Big Bang theory points to something that is there. What I'm saying is the thing that is there, if me and you both agree that there's a creator, the thing that's there had to be created. So there's something that goes before the Big Bang, because if the Big Bang was just that condensed nothing, or that condensed something, and then something happened, that something didn't happen to itself. Something caused it. We believe in cause and effect, right? So there's an
Yeah.
uncaused cause.
And I'm gonna let you finish your point, but after this, bro, I might go back a little bit to the Billy Carson thing because I don't want some of the people to come in and
Yeah, because
feel
that what
left
I
out
was
like we
just
did
thinking
today.
about that too, bro. Because I was
Yeah,
literally getting ready to tie in
I
him
don't want
back
to
to what
get
we was talking
yeah,
about.
I don't want to seem clickbait-ish. People can expect to come
Man,
over and hear something about that, and then they hear us just going at our
going back
personal
and forth,
stuff.
and we've been going for a minute too.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I also don't. I want to have some freedom and some fun with it. I mean, man, it's called the Wake and Bake podcast. I know we talk about some real stuff, but I'm trying to have some fun too. So y'all get off
You
my
still
back. Don't do me
high? That's
like
the
that.
question.
That's it. Yes, I'm supposed to be. Man, I'm hungry. She done brought me the plate. I hadn't had no breakfast. I got up early for y'all. I was like, man, I'm gonna get up. I got to do my daughter's birthday. I was like,
Oh
man,
man,
and then I got to get a place that's got the Wi-Fi. And then the thing is, in order to make sure I don't go down, I got a cord. I got to find out where they modem at so I can
mm,
connect hardwire. And it just so happened it just fit. Like y'all got to see, like my setup is crazy. I'm in the room, but I'm real close to the front door of the room because my cord was just long enough to fit where these people had the modem because I couldn't get into disconnecting all their stuff and all that. I ain't gonna do all that. I want to respect, their place.
right.
But anyway, yeah, I gotta do all that, man. And so I get up, I get my firecracker. I explained that to y'all on the last episode, what that is. That's an Eddie that I make. And I gave the recipe of it's more healthy when you eat rather than consuming the fire. But anyway, but boy, look, it's a different type of delivery altogether because it lasts. And man, I'm telling you, I tell you who been to the moon. I have. I've been.
So it looks like we all been to the moon at one point in time.
Hey, hey, it's a fun place. But anyway, let's do this. We gonna change gears. I'm sorry, y'all, if I got too far off. Um, I was looking at. Let me go back to my notes.
Oh, you
First of
got
all, let
notes,
me.
bro. You cheating, bro. You cheating.
Well, no, this ain't. This because this wasn't even for you. Like, you know what I'm saying. So, like, first of all, thanks for coming on and being on Diversal. I appreciate the interactions, my brother.
Sure.
And I want to say, yeah, no, I had timestamps on the debate that I was wanted to make sure that I brought up. But at this point, I want to ask the folk out there, ask you, did y'all see any of the damage control? Did y'all see that video that
Man,
Billy put out?
man. The videos.
I I only saw the one where he had the flower of life behind him. I don't even think I finished it, but I clicked on it because I wasn't even sure we was gonna deal with this topic, but I was just, just kind of checking it out. Because I heard one other YouTuber say something. Oh yeah, he's no, it was a comment I saw. It was just a comment I saw. Oh no, you lost me when you started talking about you got 5 units on top of your house, and I was like, Billy said that. So then that's what made me go and watch the damage control video. And sure enough, I
That
was
boy
like,
cutting up.
bruh, bro, you just made this
So
so
much
much
worse.
worse
So
than it
much
had to
worse.
be. I was
So
like,
much
and it
worse.
because it wasn't really even nothing. And when you look at it, I know the Christians gonna blow it up because he did kind of make Billy look like he didn't know what he was talking about, and that's what they wanted. Billy has been climbing lately. When you talk about being on podcasts like Sean Ryan,
Yeah.
Joe
Joe
Rogan,
Rogan. Yeah.
he was on the biggest pod, and now he in conversations with Terrence Howard. They was going back, collaborating or whatever. And so he has this climb, and then all of a sudden, boom! This guy come out of left field and just smash on you, boom! And it is, bruh. It's and then so, but it wasn't even like they were saying the Christians gonna pump it. Oh, it's a debate. Oh, he lost a debate. Now let's keep it real. It was not a debate. You could clearly see the setup and how they was doing it. They was just
They were just
having a
talking.
conversation. I
Yeah.
believe Billy when he said it was meant to just be, a
Yeah.
talk. It was a talk that didn't go well for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was talk. But now he made some points we brought up earlier, like when they start talking about where they get this information from. Billy made the point on primary sources that the Dogon and some of the things that the Dogon say. I feel like Wes Huff is very keen on what you say, and he's very skilled in apologetics and just the simple use of his word. I wouldn't be surprised if he probably got some kind of degree in English or something like that too. Um, and some skills in that area because the way that he spit that was masterful. Because what he did was he when Billy had explained the Dogon and all this stuff that they knew
Right.
from the star systems and everything, and it being scientifically correct with what our scientists have only been able to discover with the latest instruments and technology. After making that point, Wes says, "Yeah, I think we got to give ancient cultures. They're definitely more smarter than what we give them credit for. So we have
Right.
to understand that." And so what he does, and if people peep what that did, that not only observes that does that he didn't put down the Dogon, he lifts them for having knowledge, but he's not acknowledging that their knowledge combats what he does believe, because within what the Dogon claim as their own primary source is that they got the information from some other beings that existed beyond this earth. Now that would seem to some like an important enough thing to admit. Now maybe someone interpret that as the angels and that was God. Some could say,
That's the first thing I think.
yeah, and I would expect that. As a believer, a person would assume that that's the case. Then to go even further, which I'm not prepared to do at this point, but to go even further, you have to get into, well, what were these beings and where did they say that they came from? Because all right, I'm going out there on the limb, y'all. I believe even those beings say that they came from another place that we know of. I who was it that said they came from the Pleiades? I don't know. Don't get
From the
me wrong. I
Pleiades.
don't know. Yeah, somebody.
I think that was the other tribe that he was saying. No, that is the Dogon. But I won't speak decisively. But go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just putting out there that, you know, Billy made a good point in
Hmm.
that moment, and Huff did not. He lifted them up about what they knew, but he wasn't really acknowledging what all that came to, or counting it in the same way. In one way, he would have been presenting himself, if he's presenting himself as having some knowledge or above. Excuse me. If he himself has some knowledge above Carson, he should be able to also provide some methodological understanding of why he believes. And he doesn't do that. He tries to put it all on Billy. He didn't provide nothing. And when he
Well,
said he said the sign that when they was talking about the Codex Sinaiticus, he Huff said that, you know, it's nearly all the same. Everything that's written in the gospel is nearly all the same. Well, the problem with that nearly, when you say nearly, I would have been pinning Huff down on the things that I asked everybody. Okay, what does nearly mean? I mean, should it be nearly if it's from God? And how are you establishing it's from God? Same questions he trying to ask Billy about a methodological approach to proving that something is orally sound and all of that. If you okay, I'm gonna ask you the same damn question, because frankly, for me at that point, I mean, Billy, I don't know what
close
Billy
my door,
was
baby.
sleeping on. Yeah, I don't know what Billy was sleeping on, but I think Huff was coming off a little snotty, and he was trying to, you know, he was really doing it to him, because here he is talking to this famous dude.
Yeah,
Because Billy is pretty popping, like I
yeah, he
just
lit
told
right now.
y'all by this point.
One way or the other, he
And
lit.
he fried him, and he made him look like he didn't know what he was talking about. Even when he made his points for the Christian side, they'll absorb that point he made about the Dogon, and they just moved on from it. But they didn't see that what Huff did there. He
I
just
think
simply said they smart and moved on. He didn't really acknowledge where they say they came from. That causes a direct conflict with what he believes man came from.
I think it go like this, right? The same way you telling me that, look, you the one who's making this assertion, so you prove what you're saying. And that's the standpoint that Wes is at. He's like, I don't care about all that other stuff you're talking about. But the thing that you talking about that I do care about, I'm telling you that that's incorrect, and this is why it's incorrect. So we can get into all of that, but before we get into all of that, let's deal with what you're saying here. And so what Billy was doing was trying to get into all that, and Wes like, why we going there when we've established that what you're saying here is incorrect? Why should we hold you as credible if what you're saying here is incorrect? And so it's like, even if Wes had been like, yeah, so the Dogon is saying that they got their stuff from outer space, that's a whole different conversation than what Wes is even prepared to have.
But okay, but see, to the point that it's not a debate, it's a conversation. I believe they are at liberty, just how we've been talking. He's at liberty to go there, because Billy did not come into the conversation with hey, this is the topic. We're gonna talk about whether or not Jesus was crucified. We did they did bring that up.
Yeah.
That came up, and he said, but that is not this format, that was the agreed thing. So point that Billy makes, he was like, okay, even if I grant you what you said about my sources being, you know, pseudo in the beginning, which I think, you know, we all know that they were,
Hmm.
but he was like, even if I grant you that, that's only 1,000% of what I'm saying about the total thing of Christianity. That's
Hmm.
just one thing. And that's when he starts to go, and I think when he starts to go into the thing about Dogon and the other cultures and stuff, because it's still relevant. And it's only relevant because, again, this is a conversation. It's not a debate. And I think Wes Huff he goes back to that because it does make Billy look bad. That's what a part I had it in my notes called the summary. He goes back and reminds us that the sources that Billy done use, either he used them incorrectly and they do say what he said it didn't say. In the case of the Sinai Bible, it does talk about Jesus being crucified. However, there are some other things Billy could have pulled out of that that it does not say that we do have in our Bibles today. So that was one thing with the Sinai Bible. Then he got him on the Gospel of Barnabas, you know, which he had got it from, and that was known forgery. Then the what was it? The book of Jesus's wife. I think it's called the book of Jesus's wife. And there was a scholar, and then she came out about 4 years, I think, after it was discovered, or 4 years later, and so she admitted, that it was a forgery. And so for Billy to not know these particular things either shows one or two things. In the case of like the one with Jesus, either he has been duped and thinking that these things he hasn't updated his knowledge, because some of these things were believed to be authentic, at least in the case of the Jesus. Yeah. And then, but you got to update your knowledge. I'm sure it's we still believe certain things about the Council of Nicaea. We need to update our knowledge on that.
I would assert this, bro. Like you say, what is the more likely thing that's true? Is it more likely that Billy, who is he is a historian, right? He is a scholar in these fields. He got his credentials.
I don't know.
Is it likely that he don't know that what he's using is a known forgery?
No.
It's likely that he do know that it's a forgery, but he's standing on the fact that you can't approve what you have. So who are you to say that this stuff is fake?
I don't think so. Let me tell you why I disagree is I don't think Billy has the credentials people think he got, bro. I really don't. He okay. For instance, when Billy says, I don't have it verbatim, but I remember one thing he was speaking at. I think it was something on the UFO phenomenon, and he talking about taking classes at MIT for, I think, applied mathematics or applied physics or something. Okay, let me tell y'all something. You can go look this up. You can go to MIT, Harvard, any Ivy League school. Y'all can take a class right now. You can take a class and get a certificate in that. So and it looks good to have. I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. I'm not saying that the quality of education is any less. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but if you think that he went through the application process, okay, and the vetting process of being let in as a full-time student or something like that, I think you're sadly mistaken. And there's a little information out there if you want to go and look for. I'm not trying to be messy. Little information out there on the internet. If you care to go do that research on Billy for yourself, and even his name, y'all can go do that research for yourself. My point being, he has painted himself as such, and maybe some have believed him to be this great historian, and that's why I think Wes Huff is doing it the way that he's doing it, because in reality, Wes Huff is putting in the work. This is his profession. He is a historian. He is going to school. He is writing papers. He is in the PhD program. So he is really putting in that work. And here you got a guy that claims in public to be one of the foremost knowledgeable persons in the world.
That's what he said.
On ancient. Now, that's like, okay, if you in the arena, what boxer y'all know? What boxer y'all know that I don't know. I ain't been following boxing, but think of the number one boxer right now. And then, all right, he the number one boxer, and then some cat out there is just ranting off about being the biggest and the greatest, and I'm the greatest in the world. Oh wait, we gotta scrap. We gotta settle this because you got too big of. You done told the whole world.
And the world listening.
And now you was just Joe Schmo. Nobody knew you. It would mean nothing. But see, he's Billy. And then here's the connection. Here, his neighbor, the host, had the connection with Wes Huff, but this is Billy Boyd.
That's crazy. This your man's.
Yeah, this is Billy Boyd, and so mind you, what's going down here? What are we really witnessing?
Yeah,
And
it's some stuff going on. I would
yeah,
say, and
yeah. Go ahead.
I would agree with you in the fact that like traditionally credentialed, I wouldn't say, but what I've been noticing a lot is because I've been watching these court cases that's going on, and what people call experts, they'll say you're an expert if you got this amount of time spent in something, notwithstanding whether or not you're credentialed in the traditional way. You see what I'm saying? So I would assert that Billy is an expert in the things that he's trying to assert. Whether or not the things that he's asserting is verifiable is the issue that Wes was pointing out. And he's saying, look, when I bring up this methodology of how you're coming up with what you're coming up with, I'm bringing it up because this is what I use to verify my stuff. So if you're not moving how I'm moving, why should I consider you? Because I'm an actual historian. I'm an actual student of the game.
But that's the thing though, the Versal, Wes Dunn never offers up how he does it. He asks Billy how he does it, but Wes never offered up exactly how he does it. He says this is what we do, but he doesn't go into how that is done. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, I think he did actually. I think he gave the name of the methodology. He gave multiple methodologies, and these things are written out, and there's a standard, right? And you can go and look this stuff up. And so, for him to try to,
I think you're right. I think I remember that some of that
yeah,
now.
for him to try to give you an education on what's going to take you a multitude of years to understand in the middle of a conversation, that don't make sense. But what he did do was say, look, this is what I used. Here's the name of it. If you want to go find out about that, you can go do that. This is what I use for my stuff, and this is what everybody in the field uses. And if it don't stand up in this way, then we throw it out. We don't consider it. And so that's how we're able to know that these things that you're citing are a forgery. So either you're not using the standardized methods that everybody use, or you're just simply going about it in a dishonest way. And that's why it didn't make sense for Wes to even indulge in the conversations, because if you treating Christianity like this, how are you treating the Dogon?
Well, I think that's a speculation to be had, but I think to your point of how he was treating or talking, probably even harder than I thought sometimes about the Christians and where they are. Like I said, he said he's one of the foremost authorities on these texts. That's a huge claim. When you have all them scholars out there doing it, how they doing it, regardless of how many hours, let me say, I've spent looking at the Greek language over the years. There's no way I would ever say that I'm an expert. I got 1 year at a junior college of Koine Greek. The first semester I got a C, and the second semester I got a B. And when you get a C, the professor tells you if you don't get at least an A, the first semester, the second semester gonna get harder. There's no way, and it did. I had some other classes next semester. I think I dropped so I could spend extra time on it, and that's how I was able. Because Greek is, man, that not gonna make you cuss.
Yeah, in Greek.
Yeah. But
So, yeah, I
anyway,
feel you though, man.
you don't claim to be no expert in something like that. No, you're not. I think you got your head is inflated. And my evidence of saying his head was inflated of who he think he is, I think when he realized how he looked, and or that that was gonna go out on the airwaves, because like I said, I think it was just a talk. But when he realized that, and he shows back up to the dude's house, okay, with the cease and desist letter. That wasn't the the lawsuit letter. The lawsuit was something that I ain't looked into yet, but I guess it's to come, because he had the cease and desist letter. Now, if they didn't cease and desist, then he said he was gonna bring
with the lawsuit.
Okay, lawsuit. My thing is, bro, this got to be one of the most horrible videos he could have ever. Like, Billy, let me speak to Billy right quick. Billy,
talk to
I
him.
don't know if I could fix this for you now. I am thinking about a strategy here. I think I got it, but I used to be a minister, and something that I've just noticed about myself, that I have acquired a skill, did not knowing, but you may be able to save some face. That's the way I can say it. You got to save some face right now, brother. If I would have had you talk with me before you went over to your friend's house, I could have told you this, Billy. It wasn't even that bad of a talk, brother. That talk was not gonna hurt you. Where you had done risen to in popularity and stuff, them Christians was gonna have it out, but all that would have done was create a different. You should have held your peace, bro, and just held and watch and let's see what they do, because as they would have been crucifying you and saying it's a debate, and we all can clearly see it wasn't a real debate. It was just a conversation that it was meant to be. But he said what he said. You could have let the people chop it up, and I promise you, you would have created more of an atmosphere for people talking about you and your fans and their people going back and forth. And then you could have once you took the temperature on that, you would have been able to figure out your next move. Sometimes, bro, when you playing these games and you play chess and you looking across from your opponent, it's not all about, and you don't know your next move. Sometimes you just gotta wait and see what they might be thinking, seeing if you can tune in to where they might be going. And that's what he didn't do. He reacted, and it showed his character. It showed who he was, because that Negro went in on how much money he got. Oh, he went in on how much money he got.
He did.
I think I can, let me, y'all, I don't know where it is.
He did. It don't take long in the video. Like, he get active
It
real quick.
showed don't. It showed don't.
He
And he took it down. And he took it down.
It's still up on a lot of sites. You just gotta find one. Cause I
I
just
just
watched it
want to
yesterday.
find one short enough that I can bring up. And let's try this one. It's a random one, y'all. I haven't watched it, but let's see if. Hold on.
Hey, I'm gonna jump down, man. I need to go and get the house in order, get my family squared away. But man, I
Okay.
really enjoyed the conversation, man. I can really appreciate the questions, and I followed you. So let's do it again sometime.
Hey man, keep sharing it out, and I appreciate much respect to you taking the time up with us, brother, on the Wake and Bake this Saturday. And peace and love to your family, man. Take care.
Hey, man, same to you, brother.
Family, let me share what I was gonna share right quick. Response, is that it? Yeah. Let's see what this one YouTuber was saying about Billy's response.
Video without even knowing it. Billy Carson finally decided to have a conversation with a Christian, and it did not go his way. Wes Huff ended up embarrassing Billy. Some would even say a career-ending debate on Billy Carson's part. But what came next was a slew of cease and desist notices to the moderator, Mark, to Anton, who set this thing up, and to Wes himself. But what makes all this even more embarrassing is Billy Carson's live stream. Over 3.5 hours with him explaining why he didn't perform well, why there is a mass conspiracy conspiracy of Christian mafia and cabal leaders looking to take him out, him still being under the weather during this appearance. Kind of like when Logan Paul lost his boxing match and said I had a bit of a cold.
I'm sick. I woke up sick. I've been sick for the past 3 days. The first thing I did this morning was sneezed 3 times. It took away that killer instinct.
And then he brags about having friends in high places and even pulling the race car.
You thought I was just some dumb black guy that just happened to get a little lucky with a couple of clips online and gain some popularity.
But the best part of his 3.5-hour stream was when he started to try and debunk the claims that he was debunked for. Specifically, the claims that Wes clearly called him out on regarding the Sinai Bible. He moves the goalposts and tries to reconcile some of the outlandish claims he's made and why he wasn't able to deliver them when he was with Wes face to face. But before we get into that, guys, my name is Ruslan. This channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire you to live.
I want to find the one I was watching. Real talk, y'all. I feel like it'll get more into it real quick. Let me see. Let me see if I can check my history. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can find the one. That I was watching. That's the real one. Maybe this was it. I think this one was it. Let's check out this one. Yeah, I think this one was it.
Billy Carson exposes fake debate video.
I heard from defendant number 3 that Billy says that he's 70, so he can sell colloidal silver.
And he even went so far as to say that he's going to sue the host of the podcast for
$1 million and possibly even more. The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
Hey, this is tough.
Well, I don't care if you win or when he said like the things he's doing right now.
We love you guys. Change your ways. Otherwise, you might not be able to bounce back from this.
5 AC units, and I don't even know which one of them is acting up. I normally take the elevator upstairs. You know, I've had.
Just to give y'all context, Billy was talking about how I guess his mother-in-law was coming to stay with them for a while, and I guess there was some leakage into the house, and he was trying to figure out which one of his AC units was leaking because they got 5 AC units above the house, and he brings this whole air at this time of how he's just up there and that these people are finna do this to him in this debate just because they want to bring down a rich famous guy, and he just digs this whole hell deep.
Had a chef for 10 years and they like the food from coming over and eating the food at our house, and now they share our chef.
And now what I'm seeing on my YouTube feed and across Instagram and all the stuff I'm tagging in the hundreds of emails about people telling me there's been fraud they did to them.
You know, we are hopping off of a private jet. We relaxed in a huge 8,500 square foot mansion with our best friends on a tiny private island. I'm actually sleeping in my movie theater in my house. I have a movie theater. I'm sleeping in the movie theater.
You're fighting for.
No, he really did say that when I was watching it, bro. Just talking about how he sometimes falls asleep in his movie theater. Because I have a movie theater at my house. Bro, it was sickening to continue to watch him do this to himself. All he had to do was fall back and let the Christians say what they was going to say. And when you really look at the talk, I mean, he made them look some type of way when it came to articulation and stuff, but it really was not that bad. He could have just let it ride.
Or lies. There's so many lies.
This is what they try to do when you get famous. You see? I let a lot of it slip because a lot of these people are just ignorant, poor people. You know, they're just poor people. They're just ignorant. So I let a lot of it, whatever, man. These people are just poor dummies. You know, what can you do? I make more money than rappers.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Now, I'm not doubting you make a lot of money. Even the guy that was the host, I saw a video of him talking about how nice Billy, he sees Billy be to people. I think he tells a story where something's going on with some families. He ran across and Billy bought the family what they, all cars. Brought some other man some a car on the spot. Some homeless man bought him a car, and so not saying he's totally just snotty with his money. Maybe he does nice things with his money, but he seems to think he has this inflated view of himself. And I think lately, with his popularity blaring off, now look at this video. It could just be me, but the way he's acting about it and so out of character, y'all think he on medicine? Maybe he's off his meds. I'm just uh, I'm just because I I work around some folk that when they off their meds, you run into this type of you run into this type of demeanor and attitude. I'm just saying, maybe it's just me, but what y'all think? What y'all think? Y'all think is he all right? Is he well?
I'm not a Joe Schmo 9-to-5 worker bee. You thought I was just some dumb black guy that just happened to get a little lucky with a couple of clips online and gain some popularity. Like Kendrick Lamar say, they not like us.
Bro, don't do it. Bro. Not Kendrick. You on the other side of this fence right now, bro. Like for real. Let me see what y'all say. I gotta go back to the comments. Use Google asks what is the 5th highest degree. I'm gonna check this out. And I'm in my 2nd semester of Greek, and it's not that hard. Oh, good for you, Brian Fox. It was hard for me. I don't know what all you got going on, but I'm glad it's not hard for you. But it was very difficult for me, but especially with things I had going on outside of school dealing with. But that's on me, right? Let me see. Let's get back to the video a little bit. Let me see. Hold up. Where we at?
They not like us.
What are you saying?
To help us reach more people, please like this video, subscribe, and enable the bell icon. Billy Carson panics and deletes the 3-hour meltdown video.
And you think your cult is so huge and so massive. I've got people in every area of politics. And yes, I still call them polytricksters, but I've got people in politics. I've got people in 3-letter agencies. They come on tour with me. I've got people in government. I've got people in countries. Powerful people that support. I've got billionaires. I've got billionaires' numbers on my cell phone. Billionaires that I can just call right now and have casual conversations with. I hang out with them. I got powerful, powerful people behind me. So you think you got powerful people behind you and you got zealots behind you? Congratulations.
Billy, if you're powerful and have powerful people in positions of authority, why are you not Not courageous enough to leave the video? The video on Billy's Forbidden Knowledge Podcast Network YouTube channel is gone. The video on his personal channel is gone. And the video on his wife's channel is gone too. Billy doubled down on his attack on the God of the Bible and said this.
What is a sadistic narcissist? Let's take a look at some of the traits and see if we can compare them to this quote unquote God of the Bible. A sadistic narcissist takes pleasure in the pain of others. They may derive satisfaction from causing mental or physical pain
Sorry,
to
y'all.
others
Don't worry about what I
without
said.
remorse.
No sound.
And we see that time and time again in the biblical text. You're all-knowing, all-powerful, all-omnipotent, yet you can't stop one brother from killing the other one. Till this very day.
For many years, Billy mocked and ridiculed Jesus Christ, the Bible, and Christianity, and in doing so, offended millions of Christians worldwide. Here is just one example of Billy in August 2023 bragging about knowing the Bible more than many Christians. And
I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, I was simply saying that, oh man, Billy looked bait right there. You sure look bait, y'all. Welcome to the show, Billy, the Wake and Bake show. So, no, just making a point that you know what? Never mind.
saying that Christians should not waste their time praying to God.
You got to get knowledge. You got to be willing to read non-commodity scripts. You got to be willing to read the complete Apocrypha, the lost books of the Bible that were kept out. Did you guys know that there's a book on the Bible of the Bible that's at Harvard Seminary called The Gospel of Jesus's Wife?
Whoever did this mashup was they on it, man, because that's exactly what he brings up in the talk. That's exactly what he brings up, and it's no good for him. Makes him look very incredible because we know that the document is a fake. So they need to connect their mic before we can add them. Okay, let's continue the video.
Oh yeah. Did you know that in the Sinai Bible, which predates the King James Bible, Jesus was never even crucified, guys? He lived on, got married, never got crucified. That was fabricated by the Roman Catholic Church. I want you to get together 10,000, get together me, 1 million Christians in one place and have them start praying, and let me see if the world will change.
And see, that's where they made him look real incredible, and rightly so, with this mashup, because he's talking about something and trying to get that we know is a forgery, and it's making him look real bad, having referred to it in the way that he was referring to it. Mixed up and confused foolishness or free will judgment day. Okay, let's see.
The next day, it's gonna be the same planet we on. The same people are gonna run out and start shooting their guns and killing people. Ain't nothing gonna change. You know why? Because they're praying to deaf ears. They don't know how to pray. Prayer works, but not the way that you're praying. If I take you and connect a cap to your head with electrodes on it and connect that cap to a computer to read your brainwaves, the EEG, I can tell you if you're in a low frequency state or a high frequency state based off of your brainwaves. Until you stand up and draw a line in the sand and command your existence, command your potential, command who you are, command your outcomes to happen, you're going to be suffering. The reason why I command my realities is because I know the power is inside of me. So I command myself. I don't get on an airplane and pray to arrive at my destination safely. I command I arrive at my destination safely. I command.
Y'all hear this? He commands. Well, Billy, I don't believe you commanded it to go this particular way. There's a lot of theory. So tell y'all what, y'all make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. I think we're gonna get out of here for today, but in the meantime, y'all can leave some comments below. Let us know what you want to see perhaps on the next podcast. There were a lot of things we could have talked about. We narrowed it down to this, but oh man, there was a lot to talk about, wasn't there? What about the Daniel Penny thing? That was something we could have talked about. But anyway, I want y'all to make sure y'all stay tuned. We will be back on next Saturday at the same time on the Wake and Bake podcast. And we will get y'all the topic hopefully midweek by Wednesday this coming week. Something for the holidays. And thank y'all for being with me. You can support if you check your scrolling at the bottom, if you care to do that, because I'm gonna try to get this store going for y'all. So to my 420 folk out there, y'all can have a place to come and get what I think might be some cool merch and everything like that. And I hope that y'all definitely will enjoy said merch. Let me try to see if I can give y'all a bit of an outro here. That would be proper. If you give me a second, I want to say a shout out to my boy Chief Kali. I want to say shout out to him and to the rest of us. Peace and love.
Dirty South, Southeast, Midwest, my piece, up top, down deep, East Coast, Northeast, copper skin, gold teeth, good green, good eats, cornrows, roll neat, big mama, big chief, still here, ain't gone, told lies, lied on, done dirty, done wrong, Jim Crow shit, niggas ain't bold, our land, our home, leave where, ain't going, big bricks, up north, down south, red soil, real tears, real fears, cards stacked, cards hid, games played, snakes near, Coattail Pro, leaders got killed, shotguns, big house, red clay, big mounds, cornbread, being fed, red bones, dark brown. This is for the traps I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gon' land stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real Indians, past to the present looking like me. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gon' land stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real landlords, past to the present looking like me. Landlords, big and small, Seminoles, Chickasaws, Choctaws, Cherokees, all tribes in between. His story been wrong, our story getting told. No ships, no boats, been here, been home. TPs didn't own, out west didn't roam. Fried bread, hell no. Soul food, that's gold. Raw troops unfold our story, re-roll our land, our home. Leave where? Ain't going. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gon' let stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real Indians, past to the present looking like me. This is for the tribes I know, copper tone strong, all my folks, prisoners of war, identity, change name, gon' let stone. This is for the home of the brave, this is for the land of the free, this is for them real landlords, past to the present looking like me.